Your
Uh-huh.
Grace,
Honor,
there
that's
has
what they
been a
call it
terrible
these
fire
days.
in the city of Camden, where once there were buildings is now just a field of smoldering ash. Dozens of peasants have died.
That's nice.
Skill issue?
Oh, pick your conversational piece carefully, Jimu.
We didn't start the fire.
We didn't start the fire.
It wasn't me, I
Crowd
swear.
kicked over a lantern, Your Grace. Some milkmaid was burned in the midnight oil and must have had unexpectedly cold hands.
Who will?
Not that kind of milkmaid. Get your mind out the gutter.
Milkman.
Well, I'm sorry to hear your city's gone up in flames.
Whoops.
Poor cow.
I was hoping the council might unlock some funds from the treasury so we can rebuild. Actually, on second thought, maybe not.
You have plenty of money. It's fine.
I like how quite often I have to vote against what my people want because of the fact of my goal for stability.
Yeah, that's... Welcome to being a royal noble. They're regularly pieces of shit. That's pretty normal.
Oh, no. Fuck no.
I agree. No.
Yeah, no.
You didn't even want the 500 gold that you would get from picking D?
500 gold? Oh, I thought that they did the veto.
No, it was the golden choice.
Sorry, whoops. I thought it was the bonus vote. Whoops, my bad. I would have chosen that one, yeah. My bad. Considering you guys are so hell-bent on not letting any money happen, because Yellow's like, oh, I'll help Purple win. That's fine, Purple winning. Remember, if Purple gets ahead...
We have the same goal!
I know, but that'll put Purple at 2 points and Yellow only at 1.
Well, that's alright, you get the hard focus me in the end game, it's all good.
Besides, at least the purples know how to wash. Unlike the fucking reds.
It is so ridiculous how every single storyline of my characters is, we suck.
Seventh, take us. What is the point of having a queen in the first place?
I mean, yeah, you're right. Really? No.
And that is the season.
Yeah, I forgot that she changed the law. Oh, I guess now she can change the laws now.
It's my turn.
Oh,
I can get another. I can get my monarch throat back.
Or stop the count. 15 seconds and it votes and it ends immediately.
Best shots for negotiations then.
Oh, I know. That's what I like. Because right now, negotiations only benefit you two.
Yeah.
I wish it put up the one that's reverse voting.
I mean, I'm okay with this if it gets rid of Call for Unity. Oh, that's not nice. Chimu.
Shimu doesn't want you guys winning either. Why would she? Shimu doesn't want either of us winning.
I want me winning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, this would have been a great run to go for stability.
It would have been, ironically. But, you didn't do that.
No, I went for faith, but my faith is good across the board.
Yeah, Faith is doing well. It's not hurting.
Well, I'm actually pretty confident that Faith is going to be my second objective.
Yeah, it just makes sense.
Remember when I came for you with word of a monster preying upon peasants in the east?
And you did nothing?
I knew
Because
did
we voted-
nothing.
Because
Because
you
I
voted
voted.
for
Remind
it?
me, I've drunk a lot of wine this season.
We did nothing because you voted for her.
And you did nothing because I specifically voted for you to do nothing.
Yeah, pretty much.
I have a reason to believe the culprit might have been one of my fellow counts, Count Zummel, to be precise.
Zemuel.
Zimwell.
Zemuel. Man, I don't know who this person's talking about, but they're always going on about Manuel.
The peasants believe that Count Zemel transforms into a colossal bloodthirsty beast once every 7 nights.
I mean,
And
why do
I don't
you
know
trust
what
the
these
word of
women are talking
peasant?
about. They're always going out on about men needing to read the Manuel.
I need men, Jibu. Send your royal guards.
get
Please.
good, scrubs.
Only in legend, King Karvek II was said to have turned into such a beast and slaughter his servants at night. But in the day, he was a mild-mannered and a baby duck, and had no memory of his crimes. Perhaps the same is true here.
Jekyll.
Pray, do not call a public vote on the matter. It would embarrass Count Zommel greatly, for no good reason.
No, call a public vote. Embarrass this fucker. Trust me, it's for his own good.
There's one there that's increased your faith.
It's true.
It does put my defiance dangerously high, but it does increase your faith.
But no matter what I'm doing, Defiance is going up.
Yeah,
Apart
I've-
from just sending him a message.
yeah, because I've asked you to not to not act, basically. I've told you about the matter, but I'm asking you to not act. Doing anything now other than not acting is directly defying what I've asked.
Yep. So...
Very well, Your Grace. Whatever you say.
Yeah, that is the risk,
said
is if stability gets much lower, then defiance is higher, you're in trouble.
Need to flip chicken.
Nobody expected the Spanish Inquisition.
Pretty sure this is the Eastern Inquisition. Because the
It's
South...
the Spanish because we're
the
sending
South is
in
Iberia.
the South.
No, this is the East. The South is Iberia.
We're sending
about-
the grandees in.
I am
There's hope yet, if all I hear is true.
now aggravated. But our faith has gone up, so... How is your character going to be an asshole this time, Baron?
Your Majesty, I've been thinking. Marcher soldiers are without peer, but they could be even better. What we really need are better horses. But those don't come cheap.
I'm gonna wait to know the treasury.
The Ashmedens have a surplus of destriers at the moment, horses bred for war. Perhaps the crown could go halves of the barons to acquire some, for the good of the kingdom, of course.
Of course, totally not because Barry wants.
Dear God, a plan that's not retarded.
Wow. I am live right now, so just a heads up. As mentioned.
Okay.
Stop the court.
Yeah, let's see here.
I knew which one Barry would want.
Well, yeah. No matter what I voted, that's what was happening, so...
Wait, what was the law you had in place there? Was that called
15
unity?
seconds and instantly ends the vote.
Okay, that's fine.
Which was a problem for me, because there was a very clear option. Just, what are you gonna ride? Coursers? Like you people know nothing about horses or chivalry. Okay, he's got a good point here. If you want a good military, you've gotta go destriers.
No, I'm going with Royal Unicorn.
Your Majesty, those don't exist. I know those are on the flag of our kingdom, but they don't exist. They're a made-up animal.
The flag of your kingdom has...
That's not.
Scotland.
That's not what That's not what your wife said.
Wrong kind of unicorn, Your Majesty.
What's unicorn on your kingdom seal? What are you, the Scottish?
I thought that's what we established.
Ew, gross.
This game doesn't like the
Here we
Scots.
are then.
Or the Welsh.
I mean, the march is kind of either Scottish or the Welsh. It could go either way.
The bird lines up closer to Welsh.
Mhm.
Right?
I'm just saying, stealing things from the Welsh is a time-honored tradition, and I'm all about that.
I'm not.
Actually, it's usually the Welsh stealing from England. That's
just
how they
feel-
got the title
Oh,
sheet.
look!
I just feel bad for the Welsh for how badly the entire rest of England has treated them and stolen from them.
And
because they're
another thing
dicks.
about
Mm,
the Countess Iolanda.
I do hate England. I detest England.
Don't worry.
Fuck
I
England.
think most English people do too, other than the ones who vote the Tories.
Who's the High Inquisitor?
Where is the necklace now? This is of utmost importance.
Iolanda's necklace went missing.
Mm-hmm. This is an important priority.
I don't have it. Leave me alone.
Or is it?
I think
Don't
it's
ask me
funnier
where
if you
she's
choose that
hiding it.
option.
Why am I there?
Because they want to
Hey,
pick on
what?
you. Tit. A frail monk in the 7th century wrote of a ruby necklace that drove those around it to sin.
And I would have that. Why?
Because you clearly get laid the most.
Cause you see.
I believe the late Countess Iolanda had it in her collection. After all this time, it may have resurfaced.
Oh, I do have it then.
It's cause you're gay.
In that case, we did just have a vote to see who won the will, and it was in fact me.
Yep. You did. That's why he's coming up for you.
I'm very sinful.
Baron Galactic Baron, may he live in forever, mentioned his relative playing backgammon with her, did he not?
You can't add in the may he live on forever.
Can do! I'm voicing all the characters. I can voice them however I want.
Greetings.
Gambling is a sin.
Everyone knows gambling is a sin.
Who says they were playing for money?
The necklace should be destroyed. It could be tested. But the holy reagents will be expensive. Good God. You call the council to discuss the situation. Countess Ariadne looks exceedingly anxious and is about to vote against her own interests.
I'm sure there's no reason to seize this necklace, Your Grace. Surely the High Inquisitor has mistaken.
Hand it over to the Inquisition, ignore the High Inquisitor's concerns, or have the necklace tested for unholy influences. Obviously, they don't want the bottom option.
I know Baron.
Oh,
wants
and
to
you've gone for the call for unity as well. That's
Mhm.
evil.
Yep. And 2 of the 3 options increase stability.
Yeah.
And 1
we just-
decreases the treasury.
Do we just have to eat this one?
No, we can do it like that, and then... Oh, okay. That
It still
works.
increases stability, so good job.
Well, the thing is, if we split the vote, then she
I
just
thank
picks
you,
whatever one
but
she
I
wants,
took this
probably
risk
the
upon
middle one,
myself.
which is works for us because it has a potential for 2 points.
No, we only won because if you split the vote, it's a potential for 0.
It's a potential for 0. You're right.
Yep. Archbishop takes pity on her and sends a nominal fee as an apology.
That was a case of held vote for too long.
Yep.
Oh, well.
I held vote for
Wait.
too long.
Wait, that one gives a bonus stability point? Jesus.
Yeah, call
Oh,
for
the
unity.
unity.
Yeah. If-
Oh no. I meant wait, we were at 8 before. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
Oh yeah, it gave. It also gave stability.
It also gave stability. It gave 2 stability points.
Yep.
There was a
No,
there was a
we
hidden
were at
bonus.
8. We were at 8. Oh, no. I don't know.
Yeah, there was a hidden bonus. Damn.
can always check the stream later.
Hi. Bob's over here, not getting anything done.
The stability just won't fucking stay down.
And the money won't fucking go up. Because you all keep voting against anything and everything.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Y'all are just so goddamn stingy. Your quest for an heir is finally complete. You stand before the council holding a small child kidnapped from an orphanage in your arms.
No,
Jesus,
she's not
she
kidnapped.
just kidnapped an orphan.
She did. That's where she got it. She adopted a random peasant from someplace.
May I speak, Mother?
That's my crown
And again,
be cast
just
down
pretend
to...
that I was pregnant and virgin birth.
Mm-hmm. No. Lesbians can't have kids after all. My adopted lowborn son, my adopted lowborn daughter, my adopted lowborn child. Increased defiance, increased stability.
Oh, it just increases stability. Oh, this is awful for us. We're fucked, Bob.
I think
We're
Chimu
fine.
might win this one.
I think so.
Let us hear the tidings.
The nobles were fighting too much. The silence continues, excepting a few stifled coughs. After the awkward pause starts over a minute, there's finally some sporadic applause. The nobles don't appreciate you inducting a lowborn child into the royal family, but whether you like it or not by designating an heir, you've cemented the stability of the kingdom. +1 defiance for everybody, +1 stability. My liege, may I be the first to congratulate you on adopting an heir. What is her name?
Just give me an option.
Huzzah,
Just
your highness.
give me the option.
I'm sure little Lillian, too, will grow up to be a chip off the old block. Congratulations on finding an heir. Now you should fulfill your ambition to win the game. Expect a visit from the Spymaster soon. And now the noble's goal switches. Keep faith as low as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. I need an option to keep it high.
Hail, traveler.
If there has been some incident, my sword thane will credit. Let us err on the
Ban.
side of caution.
Your Majesty, I have received word back from the Inquisitors you sent east to investigate the claims about Count Zemuel and his nocturnal emissions.
What
Justice.
have you done now, Broom?
We placed Count Zemuel in heavy iron chains and waited until nightfall. He transformed into a vicious monster. Black fur, claws like scythes. It broke free from the chains and killed a dozen Inquisitors before we subdued it. It is clear that Count Zemuel was a devil worshipper, cursed by the Ninth God for his sins. We request permission to burn him alive in the town square.
You know what? What if I just get my defiance extremely high?
That is the
At
thing.
one point we get to lower stability, I revolt.
The Ninth God is watching, Your Highness. Do not think you can defy his will. You called for an inquisition and then you said no.
Well, I said, we'll put it to a vote.
Send soldiers to kill Zemuel in secret. Throw them into the dungeons. Decrease stability but no increased defiance. Order Zemuel to keep control of his condition. Reduce defiance and stability. Burn the beast alive in public. Increase defiance and faith.
$15 seconds. That's all you guys get.
Cool.
Yeah, there'd be nothing I could do there. Both of you
Nah.
benefit from an option and none of those benefit
Among
me.
the refugees, my sword thaner Thoric will have dealt with it before you got there.
Oh, that lowered my military.
Yep, by 2.
Yes, it said
Yeah.
it would lower the military.
That's
Please,
my advantage.
Release me of my curse.
Release me of my curse.
Count Zemuel is chained up in the dungeon beneath your palace. For months, your dreams are haunted by his howlings.
Why did the stability? Oh, there it goes.
Oh, hey, I have my first event in 3 seasons.
No, you had the one last time.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, I wanted to go get
The
my
border
chicken out
skirmish I
the
thought
air
was
fryer.
technically somebody else that I got involved in.
Your Highness, you have to stop these barons. They're hiring giants from Atesh.
Not a piss.
As you enter the council hall, you find a towering scale giant gleaming in the candlelight, hunched over slightly to attain the chandelier with its head. The nobles cower in fear.
Cow. Cow for me.
Cower before me, fools. We couldn't have any horses, so we decided to go another direction. Bronze giants! 12 feet tall, strong as 10 soldiers. Especially excellent for knocking down enemy walls.
I agree with this, actually.
Of course you do, because it hurts my money, and all I get is 9 military.
Hey, your military went up by 2.
Council, I must protest this. These monsters are the spawn of the 8th god, twisted unholy creatures that no mortal should triumph with.
Ooh.
Please, I mean no harm.
Oh no, I have to decide. I would like my giants, please.
I think your giants are ugly and smell bad.
I mean, peaceful purposes might not be terrible either. Or test the
I just don't
capability
like
by...
to hit my face.
That's annoying because that's the one I wanted. Actually, we could still give a hit to the faith.
Mm-hmm. We can do that by the middle one, yeah.
Yeah. It
Nobody
also means
likes
it
me
drops
here.
your military, but it will raise your farming.
You keep screwing both of, all 3 sides over. Of course they don't want you winning.
Yeah,
We'll get a peasant revolt
I
and
have
nobody
to.
wins.
very well.
If I
As long
don't
as-
screw all 3 sides winning, then I'm not winning.
Oh, I
You
didn't
never had to
even
worry
get
in
to
the
save my
first
life.
place unless you're
I-
planning to go to war with us.
I pushed button, button did button.
My military went back down by 2, my farming went up by 2, my trade went up by 2, and my faith went down by 2. No real stat change, but look at that trade stat. The
Yeah.
citizens, though wary at first, quickly get used to the new order of things. And my farming is now tied for last rather than just being last. And I'm still the best military, and I have now the worst faith.
Okay, it is auction time, people.
Yay!
4 jails.
More jail.
Oh, and do I see a -1 faith in our world here?
I do
No.
see a murder's one faith as well.
No.
I think
I
that's
see a
honestly.
minus 1 faith in
I'll
Barrett.
put 100 into lower faith, and someone else puts 100 in lower stability, and I think we just live with that.
Yeah.
Win-win, and the grandees don't get anything good, so call it a day.
Here, let me put 3,000 into the aqueduct.
Why would you raise my farming? I mean, it would give me a stat check, but like...
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I clicked again. Oops.
It would make it so at least one of your buildings is not being built.
Yep.
Now the nobles are unifying against me.
I love how no one trusts anybody, and Eric Kitty's just putting all the money into these buildings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Eric Kitty's
In
like,
fact,
nope,
just-
I'm gonna spend all the money.
Just a bit more just to make sure.
Mm-hmm. You spent 1,000 gold to make sure these got built.
I didn't actually. See, I mainly put money
Or
into
800.
Bob
And it was
put a
only
lot into
400.
the
No, Bob put 100, 200, then I put 100. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. So I put like nothing in.
My ambition. I am a saint. I have 17.
Barons
At the
are
start
holding
of
this
your-
one out for us. We need to lower our fate.
At the start of your reign, you said you wanted to be a saint. But so far, you've not convinced anyone. The kingdom's faith in the church is still distinctly underwhelming, Your Majesty.
Oh, thank fuck.
Your current ambition isn't working out for you. If you want something else overthrowing, you need to pivot. Change your image. Might I say I have a suggestion for you? My advice would be infiltrate each region with their loyal spies, defeat their schemes of their own. But your other advisors had other ideas. We should crush this disloyal nobles, smash their armies, and force them to submit.
Of course he would think that.
The common folk are a sleeping giant that even the nobles are afraid to wake. If you become beloved by the peasants, the nobles won't dare overthrow you for fear of a revolution.
That's true.
Let
Here's
the
another idea.
shadows
Declare war on the Ajmedean Empire. The nobles will forget their schemes if you win. Kingdom-wide spy
Ability
network,
trade.
stability and trade,
Ability
which...
farming.
Authority and military, farming and military isn't your best bet, as much as I hate to admit it.
No, I went with stability.
A wise
farming.
decision, Your Majesty. I'll begin recruiting town cries to shout about your achievement to the masses.
Wait, do you want to raise stability?
Yes! I think Chimu wins this one.
I think got this one pretty
I
good.
think Timu does win this one.
It's rare to see the
The only way Chimu doesn't win this one, I think, is if I can...
You know,
I have
you
no
know
reason to
what
let
it
stability go
means,
down.
yeah, you might want to help us now.
I
with
might want to help it
stability
get
now.
it down, but I also need to get the money down too, so I gotta find ways for both of those to happen. Because last thing I want to do is get stability down so Chimu loses, only to help Purple Team win. So I can help you, but only if it benefits me, basically.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Yep.
Because the air fryer has just beeped. So I will be back when I got my food.
Wait, they got air fryers over in the UK.
How do you know? You hear both sides. They are abused,
Bob has
greatly
an air
abused.
fryer.
No, I don't.
It's called having an angry Rudy.
Ever since you locked up that accursed eastern monster in the dungeon beneath your palace, your dreams have been filled with hollowing.
Ow, wow, 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 wow.
A woo?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Tonight is the same, howling inside your head. Incessant.
Woe is me.
No. It's all Baron. Baron keeps screaming in my skull saying you need to lower your stability.
We are abused.
You head down to the dungeons, careful not to trip on the narrow stone steps. With every stair, the howling in your head grows louder. You find Count Zemuel waiting for you in his cell, looking calm.
Howling. Hey, stop.
How may I help you? How may I help you? You're just hearing the call. The only way to stop is to answer.
Sure, like that with ocean.
Open the cell. Let me free. I'll show you.
It's completely stupid.
You have my word that you will not be hurt. Order your guards to open the cell or leave the dungeon and reduce authority.
I might just have to reduce authority because I don't like where this is going.
What? Your faith isn't in danger anymore. You could become a vampire, possibly.
I think he's a werewolf.
You could become a werewolf, possibly. Wouldn't you want to be the werewolf queen, beloved by her people?
I'll open this.
As your honor guard opened the cell, Zemuel lunges forward. In an instant, he transforms from a count to a hulking beast covered in jet black fur. Sisters of Steel draw their scimitars and charge in perfect formation. The monster tears apart one by one, splattering the walls with blood, but it suffers dozens of wounds. Once your honor guard are all dead, the monsters leap on you, sinking its scarlet fangs deep into your shoulder. But then with a final shudder, it dies as the last of its blood gushes from its wounds. Well, there goes your honor guard. You stand alone in the gore-soaked dungeon, catching your breath and clutching your injured shoulder.
I got an achievement for that too.
Are you about to become a lycanthrope?
No,
think
I
you
got
are.
an achievement for just having all my honor guard killed.
Oh, okay. That's fair. Absolutely fair.
Okay, I'm back.
Great, just what I
Hello.
needed today. I
You
need
good?
medical assistance.
I hope I didn't miss anything.
I'm
Shima's gonna be a werewolf.
possibly I'm becoming pup.
Also, the honor guard are dead, murdered by the Count Zemuel. A few officers arrive from upstairs. One of them throws up. The others hurriedly begin bandaging your shoulder. The wound is slow to heal. Thankfully, it doesn't appear infected. Your physician expects a full recovery. Well, I feel like my plan should be easier now because there's no honor guard left. But what do I know? Since the whole point is bribing the guard.
Oh, yours isn't guarding the honor, as in the.
I know
honor
it's the
guard.
other
Yours
guard, but with no honor guard in the way, I feel like it should be easier to bribe what's left. They're gonna be
would
stressed
make
now.
Oh. This just seems like salt in the wound I just got.
3, 2, 1, bite! Two nobles, dangling bright red chili peppers over their tongues, chew ferociously at their respective vegetables. Ugh.
I can't take it anymore.
Man, I didn't know they couldn't listen to the band.
Don't stop, dig to the shit dig. Drop the top says I'm gonna win big.
Baron, you
Whoa,
know the name of the scenario?
Yeah, Red Hot Chili Peppers, I know.
Yep.
Dismiss me not, though I am
That's
dressed
beat.
in rags.
Oh, I'm losing all my money for
As Countess
stupid
Airketty spits on a
bets I
chili,
don't
the
even want
Council
to
Hall
play.
erupts into cheer. Yay, I win a bet. You could ban the chilies and increase defiance. Or you could try.
I am so close to revolting, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
Let me explain what's going
The
on.
problem.
This is Grandy Fake Bob's famous red hot Hazavian chilies. Where have you been all year, Your Highness? The chili
Well, at
craze
least
is
they
spreading.
appreciate one. It's good.
The chili craze is spreading all across the kingdom, Your Majesty. Nobles and commoners are competing to create the hottest chili on Celestiath. So far, Grandy Fake Bob holds the crown. You don't want to try?
Do
Let
it.
me try.
Of course, Your Majesty. We compete in growing, but also eating the peppers. As winner of the last round, I would be honored to face you. Ooh, bite into the pepper or pretend to bite into it.
50% or 70%.
Chance of who knows. Either way, if you lose this bet, you lose money, and that's good for me, so I hope you lose this bet.
I'm gonna bite into it.
You bite hard into the pepper.
I failed.
The spice is immediately overwhelming. You choke and spit it out as other nobles cheer. Oh man. Great God, I beat the queen. Yes! I'm the greatest chili eater in the kingdom. Hell yes! Game threw me a bone.
You know, why does it make sense that the march would be the area where they'd be like, okay,
I was hoping that you'd be
we'll
tempted.
get all the peppers.
I was hoping that you'd be tempted into the 70%, lose, and then your stability drops because you were caught faking.
Mm-hmm. And it's Bob's turn.
Babu.
Your Holiness, perhaps you'd like to sponsor my growing contest. I'm looking for the hottest chili in the land. The winner will receive a hefty cash prize.
Well, you could sponsor us, Counts. With the Treasury's support, we'd be sure to win.
No, the queen should sponsor us. We have the better chance and everyone knows it. You should veto C. Yeah, I feel like that's the correct answer here.
No, you shouldn't veto C. That's what someone who wants to win would say.
Why can't one of these lower treasury and stability? That would be way better.
It would be way better.
Because right now, there's just, yeah.
Oh, but we need to lower farming. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
15 seconds.
I'm gonna have to this one time.
We have to.
Yeah, we can't afford GMU to win this.
Yep. Yay! It's still 1,000 away. It's fun. And which one of the...
Yeah, it's still pretty high.
Oh, you have to choose a region to sponsor now.
Oh, I
I
already
like
know which one I'm going for.
Mm-hmm. The barons will increase treasury slightly, will lower defiance. You can sponsor the counts.
And
Yeah, you can't do...
I can't do Bob. I want to get Bob's.
Nope, it looks like it's the other two. So whoever you do it with, you'll increase their farming and their trade. You'll decrease their defiance. You'll increase and decrease, it looks like, wealth for both. And you'll increase the treasury by a small amount, it looks like.
I need to sponsor the count.
Yeah, they're losing. It's the easiest to do them.
Well, it's not
Wait, no, they're
just
not losing.
that.
In your face, Galactic... oh, yeah, that's you. Kind of smashing
In your face.
In the end, it's Eric Kitty of the Counts who produces the hottest pepper, a massive, bulging red thing that could crush a finger if mishandled. Eric Kitty got a shit ton of money in trade, the treasury went up, and Fake Bob lost a shit ton of money.
Bob, you're broke.
What diabolical spice. Truly malicious. Well, there goes all my money.
As an added bonus in your wise choice and sponsorship, the chili craze injects new life into airing farms throughout the kingdom. Every farm went up by one.
No!
Every farm went up.
We're ruined. We're fucking ruined.
Not necessarily.
I mean, what's your farming goal?
Just as high as possible. It doesn't say exactly, but I'm sure 898 is pretty close. Peppers are the future of haute cuisine. Eastern counts are adding chili to the lamb's blood wine, while the Baron's fabled ox brain pie is given a spicy twist. That was fun.
The marsh does seem like
just
a place to have.
Is it the end of the season or the end of the year?
It's already end of year, so I don't know exactly, but I know it's whenever the game's over.
No, I mean for Chimu to just flat out win this thing.
Okay, no idea. I know it's after a certain amount of time. I forget what.
No! Oh, okay. I thought you were about to do something stupid then.
I thought you were doing something really good.
I mean, this is still technically stupid as fuck, but like...
It's
Sorry,
reducing
Bob.
Defiance down to 5 each. It's fine.
Everybody's got 5 now.
Yeah, and now you're only 150 gold away from lowering the treasury. Which is
Ambition.
very easy to do.
Your Majesty, the common folk are sweet as easily a dandelion of the gale. I'm sure we can make them adore you.
Oh, this sounds expensive.
This will be the biggest published relations tour the campaign the kingdom has ever seen.
no.
You'll tour the kingdom giving speeches. Town criers will declaim your great deeds from every corner.
You know what? I think that might be the easiest thing now that the treasury's quite low. We get Chimu to overspend and we force bankruptcy.
Yeah, that
The
might
nobles
be
would
it.
never accept it. You need to secure your hold on power. Then you can pass whatever reforms you like. I mean, I'm down for that plan. A few days later, the Chancellor's helping you prepare for your big speech.
It's the 5th one this week.
I know. Do you think becoming a public figure was easy? You are hustled out onto your palace balcony, below which a sea of expectant and unwashed faces gaze up at you. Even the nobles would be unwashed, that's nothing. As you step out into view, they erupt into cheers, hats are thrown in the air, someone faints with joy. Everywhere you've gone, you get the same reception. The public likes you. They really like you.
I think this is it, right?
But you need to turn that into love. Give your speech 80% chance of a stability increase.
80%.
Oh, no.
If my stability was at 10,
You
that
probably
would get
win.
100.
As you launch into speech, the peasants hang on your every word, the crowd grows and grows.
Fuck.
When you wrap up, the peasants' cheering is so loud you're nearly knocked over. Well done, Your Majesty. That went brilliantly.
Everyone loves me.
Not quite, Your Majesty. Up until now, your speeches were confined to the capital. Now it's the time to take this show on the road.
This is it. This is Chimu's road to victory.
Uh-huh. Over the next few weeks, you travel all over the kingdom, delivering the same speech to packed venues. Everywhere you go, you're greeted by cheers and applause. Things are going wonderfully. The common folk of the south, you want to throw you a surprise banquet to celebrate your achievements.
Surprise, what are you telling me?
If I learn anything as Chancellor, it's that surprises should be avoided. This is a sign that you're a true queen of the people, Your Majesty. Nothing to do with the nobles, it's all about the ordinary folk. The salt of the earth.
Sir, when is it make?
I'm sure we'll hear from the south soon.
80% chance for me?
I think this might actually be Chimu winning.
This is Chimu winning.
After a few weeks, Chancellor slides in your office looking very pleased with themselves. Your Majesty, the townfolk of the south are ready for you to visit. But the South didn't actually increase its farming stat because it was already at max.
Oh, what my
Because they
best
didn't
friend.
increase stability either. These were just.
Oh, these are
percent
just...
checks. I think.
Oh, that's what it is.
I think this is just Chimu winning.
If Chibo had failed the challenge, it would have had to do another season.
Yeah.
Probably.
So you could have done
Yeah.
more challenges and tried to
You're
win
my
the guy. I think you
surprise
just win.
buddy.
Yeah, I think this might be game.
Yep.
Yeah.
You make your preparations to leave. Although it's meant to be a surprise, you may as well bring some essential luxuries. Your wife Valentina steps into the carriage and settles beside you, giving you a kiss on the cheek.
Oh my goodness.
Dismiss me
I
not.
hope the party doesn't
I
go on
embrace
for too
the
long.
ranks.
It does sound exhausting. But I'm sure it'll be good.
Yes, stranger?
That's very nice, don't you think?
These foolish peasants are wrapped
These
around my
foolish
finger.
peasants wrapped around my finger, are they?
Yeah, Senator Palpatine.
Execute Order 60.
Twirl your
Six?
mustache while you say that.
Mm-hmm. I'm so glad you agree, Your Majesty. William 2 makes the Chancellor pay increasing identifying medical leave games on the journey. She's like a year old. How is she doing anything?
Don't forget, I adopted her.
Sure. You finally arrive in the southern capital. Everywhere the people line the streets and hang out the windows, cheering your progression. Procession, whatever.
Boo! Boo!
Smile is
You sure
very
about that, Bob?
rigid.
Boo! Boo! Salutations, Your Majesty. How good to see you.
Surprise.
Point the ninth. Yeah, where's my banquet? Oh? Me?
The Southern Knaves have decided they support the crown so much that they've put on a party in your honor.
Quite right, I deserve it. I'm overcome.
Bob, that's you.
Verily, that's quite understandable. It was a surprise for all of us. Voices of praise follow you as you travel to the banquet. Townsfolk threw flower petals in your path. Randy Fakebot's face is like thunder. When you enter the banquet hall, the national anthem strikes up, and even more cheering rises.
Do 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 do
The hall is
do
filled
do.
with townsfolk, but there are also common folk from all across the kingdom.
Lillian's already married at this point.
God
Like,
save the queen.
Archer national praise
Well,
protected
like that, the
cheering
Canadian-
life. The Chancellor looks stunned.
Because I don't know how the actual anthem goes. I know the Canadian national anthem, so I say it that way.
God save our great.
I had no idea everyone had got together for this.
No, I'm in basket just for a second. I love me. I really love me.
God save the meatballs. Of course they do. You're the queen. Roaring approval.
We're on a. You spend a week in the stars feasting and drinking and breaking bread with the common. But you can't be on holiday forever. Eventually, you return to the capital But the council is in session. The nobles are arguing. Again.
Yeah. What else reads that?
By the blood of the dead, we must have coin from the treasury. I found an ancient law stating that the East is entitled to funds for the Eastern important activities.
It's true.
No, we need gold for our businesses. The peasants aren't working hard enough and we're losing momentum.
Ooh, trouble in paradise.
You think back to the gathered peasants, tradespeople, and merchants all cheering for you. So many of them cheering for you.
Make your own money. You have enough.
You could bring peasants into the council and replace us all.
Probably. Bob doesn't have a lot of money.
Yeah. I don't think this will actually affect the money. This is just roleplay at this point.
This is
Oh,
just
yeah.
roleplay.
You've won.
You win at this point.
Yeah.
Honestly, having a peasant on the council.
You know that ends your
represents-
monarchy, right? You know that will end with your
No,
monarchy.
it's a peasant monarchy type thing. You're not actually going to end a monarchy per se.
You get into the situation of UK where the Queen still technically rules the country. Well, I guess the King now, but it's the
That was
council.
because
that
the
make all
noblemen were idiots, not the peasants.
Let me make the decision.
The nobles gasping about themselves. You hear one of them saying something nervously about the commoners.
This is you, Bob.
Yes,
You're lying.
of course.
Even over a single day, it becomes clear the nobles are running scared. You have so much support from ordinary people across the kingdom, nobles have realized just how outnumbered they really are. You have become Dithmarschen. Council sessions become smooth, quiet, and efficient as you sweep through objections.
It's
Trade went up around the board.
Yep.
Treasury went up by
Stability went up.
2,000.
Trade is now opulent.
Stability
Monopoly.
went up.
My trade only went up by 1. That's Your range
I
is
think
out in
10
front
is
of
the
you,
max.
full of hope and ready for the bright future.
We have 2 people at 10 trade, and I think that's max.
Yeah, that's the joke. Yes.
I only went up by 1.
yeah.
The
there you
monarch
go.
is
I got an
victorious.
achievement.
I ended my life chained upside down to a dungeon wall. Wow. Okay, so Eric Kitty ends up being killed by the blood demon. I end up chained to a castle wall, and fake Bob get away with everything. Okay. Might be because you failed so spectacularly and never accomplished a single goal. So the game was just like,
Yeah,
okay.
it literally says I might do nothing, but this hosts next time.
Yep. It's nice to be loved, especially when you're loved by an entire kingdom. We'll do a search probably adoration for 15 years, and that's that.
Yeah, 15. I ruled for 15 years without any bad consequence.
Yep.
I was the wealthiest noble.
Mm-hmm.
4,000
You stole all my damn money.
At the very last event, yeah.
Yeah.
I had a tied for the most trade, most military, least faith, and we all had the same defiance.
Yeah. I kind of equaled Growl out,
Yep.
but almost everybody had a 10 in trade. That's actually a surprise. Imagine if I went for trade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you probably would have won with trade or farming. They were only a point apart at that point.
Yeah.
Well done.
Well, GG.
GG.
But we did a thing.
Yes.
Well, I should say I did a thing. You guys,
Well, we did a thing. You just won the thing.
I think
you
was
guys
screwed.
did a thing, but Bob did nothing.
So the issue we had was Bob and Baron immediately put opposing options.
In my defense, I did not go opposing options. Bob went opposing me.
Yeah.
Which, because I was unaware, my second objective would be to lower stability.
Yep.
I didn't influence that battle.
Yep.
So by the time it came round to both of us need to lower stability, it was already too high.
It was
And
already
because
at,
there
like,
was
8.
and because there was two of us that literally couldn't get our stat down no matter how hard we tried, it just became a can we stop Baron?
Which ended up only benefiting Chimo in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas I didn't need to do anything to stop stability because Shimu pretty much took care of that herself.
Yeah.
I just could not get money
I
out fast
literally
enough.
started off the game at 5. If I didn't lose any, then literally Baron would have been fine.
Yeah, I probably would have won if we could have gotten money down even a small amount, but it wouldn't have mattered because Shimu had the win by then. It took me too long to get money back to where it was.
I think what would have went better for us winning would have been as soon as you got the lower treasury. It's like, okay, yeah, we'll help you lower the treasury by lowering it to 0.
Yep, because that would have reduced stability as well, yeah.
1,500 is such a fine margin to walk.
Yep. It also doesn't help that if your stats aren't related to a goal, they don't really affect anything. Like, I had a really good military that meant nothing because no matter what I did, the military didn't mean anything.
The military would have been good, but you would have to work on your defiance.
Are you allowed to just overthrow the government if you're pissed enough and your goal's not working out? Okay.
If you can get your defiance above both authority and stability, you can start a riot.
That makes sense.
You can start rebelling, yeah.
Yeah,
Which now becomes probably the same stat checks the mother
because
had.
the stability,
Next stability the whole time.
Yeah, because the stability was almost next to max the entire time. I think there was a point where I had 7 defiance, which
Yes,
in
there was.
any other game would have been enough for me to start a rebellion.
Yep.
But in this one, it just wasn't.
Nope.
Yeah, you had 7, and then it immediately went down.
Yep, we started the game by throwing her in the river, which increased stability, and it just was all downhill from there.
It really
It was
was.
game over from there.
We took the funny option and we suffered for it the whole game.
So now we're all going to boot up EU4.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
No.
I don't have Europa. I don't even have Europa installed.
I don't know.
now.
It's on sale right now for, like, stupid amounts of money discounted.
I would prefer
And-
Crusader Kings anyway.
It is a
But
a
that's me
paradox
personally.
game, and that is a fucking black hole. Hell no.
Yep, it's currently on sale for $5 and a free weekend.
Easy then. We just play Civilization.
No.
I actually like Civilization.
I have
also-
never played it.
I've played it once, and the problem with it being turn-based is it makes it. I don't like how it tries to be symmetric gameplay.
Yeah.
What I like about Europa is it's asymmetric. But I'm weird like that. I like nations being a little bit more closer. Like the fact that in Civ everyone starts with the same single island and develops equally. It feels more like a history meme game than a history game. Because it is.
It is. Yeah, it's a history meme.
Yeah, it's more like Age, where it's not.
You have Cleopatra and Gandhi coexisting. History
but-
accuracy should not be taken into account when discussing Civ.
Oh, no. It's just that's why I don't really enjoy it as much, because I much prefer other games. Like, what I like about Europa
also like,
is that...
I need to continue playing through Endless Space 2.
I also
That's
like
very fun.
Humankind.
Endless Space 2 is
Humankind?
essentially Civilization, but
Bob, we
in
should play
space
Humankind
and in
sometime.
growth.
I mean, I'm down to give it a go. I played it back when it came out, and honestly, I wasn't impressed.
I mean, it's still not the most impressive, but it's still like, if you got a buddy and you're both drinking, like, you're gonna have fun.
So you could
There's
do that
no
with a
problem
lot of
with
games,
that theory,
though.
Timu. I don't drink.
Yeah. Same.
I also rarely drink.
I don't drink often, but I do drink.
Yeah, we know the British. They like their soft beers.
I don't like beer though. That's the issue here.
Hmm.
So whenever I drink, it becomes very expensive, which is why I don't drink often.
And
Yeah.
then the dragon came. Fire and ruin did
Yeah,
smile.
but humankind
Queen
is
Andale
fun.
and Erebor.
I
I'm
think
playing
Aaron
this.
would like it at least for one playthrough.
Yeah, but then I have to... the problem with games like Civ, Humankind, etc., even with Paradox games, is if you're playing with a group of players where some people know the game and some don't, your one game just becomes the person who knows the game winning, and everyone else waiting for them to win.
Yeah.
It's more the person you're just waiting for the person who has watched the game breaking 15 Brit.
Yeah, just in general. Like, when I played Civ one time, the problem was, I didn't know the correct modifiers to balance my nation correctly, and so I was never able to get off the ground in late game. Especially once I learned that a lot of the modifiers I picked were completely irrelevant after the Middle Ages.
Yeah, there's a lot of... Well, the thing is,
Dead
there's a
ends.
lot... There's a lot of civs that just aren't viable in multiplayer. The game is so snowbally that the time your best bet is to
Play the
take
polls.
a military and economy open focused early game civ
Mhm.
and just use it to get an early lead and kick the snowball down the hill.
It especially
Yeah.
doesn't help that there aren't enough players in the game. The big way I really enjoy multiplayer in those sorts of games is enough players that alliances actually matter, because alliances, when done correctly, can really help fix balance issues.
So the issue you run into with that is that you're gonna have someone pick Korea
Yep.
and do a science rush. They have
Yeah.
access to early science. So what'll happen is Korea is gonna roll out with gunpowder while you're still going unga bunga, poking each other with sticks and rocks, and they're gonna wipe out 4 people. By the time that early game bonus falls off and everybody else catches up, they've got 4 times as much land as everybody
Yep.
else.
They already have maps.
It's the classic
Well,
problem
it's not
with
even
Europa.
that,
Anytime a Civ has a Dark Age bonus,
Yeah.
that other Civs that don't get Dark Age bonuses, you could have a bonus that picks up later, but if you're not getting ahead in Dark Age, you're just missing out.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the
that.
difference
Oh
with
my
humankind.
God.
So
You-
basically,
you have
Humankind,
any
you get bonuses.
space.
You choose your civilization every 8.
But yeah,
Which means you're just picking a good early game Civ early and then a good late game Civ late.
like with Civ, there's a reason that Korea, Samaria, and Greece are the best Civs because you have 2.
Oh, this is Civ 6, right? I'm assuming?
Yeah,
Not 5?
Civ 6.
Because
Yeah.
I know I've only played 5, where I'm thinking Poland's the one that everyone picks, but right.
Yeah.
Different Civs in the next game.
But I mean, you have an overpowered ancient era cavalry. You have an ancient era heavy cavalry that rolls over everything before people have spearmen. So you can, if you start next to Samaria, you lose.
Yep.
With Greece, you have warriors that have an extra like 5 attack power because of a Civ trait. Or I guess it's Macedonian technically. You have Alexander of Macedonia. He has stronger early game. His warrior line is stronger. And so you just roll people with early game military. And then Korea, you just literally don't die in Dark Age. And then you use your science bonus, use your science boom to come out and be like 2 tech levels ahead of everybody else and steamroll everybody.
Yeah. The moral of the story is that designing a balanced game is hard.
Yeah.
The moral of the story is don't play Australian.
Well, Civ is also distinctly not designed for multiplayer. It is absolutely a single-player focused game.
Yep.
So I don't blame it. But
As opposed to Age of Empires 2, where it is very much a multiplayer focused game, as much as the devs have been trying to focus on single player content lately, it's still like most people are playing ranked online.
Well, it's balanced. Most people play for the campaign, but it's one of the things where the civs are similar enough
Mm-hmm.
that
Most gameplay is similar. Most gameplay loops are similar. It's just that
Most
you're
gameplay
better at
loops
some of the aspects of that loop.
yes, and so plus with the sort of the historic campaigns, it makes it a lot easier to make a campaign that doesn't feel, even though all of your different civs are very similar, it's very easy to make single player content that doesn't feel the same.
Yes.
Whereas if you tried to do that on something like Warcraft or Starcraft, you'd end up having a bunch of just generic feeling shit.
Yep. And then there's Age 4, which went off in the absolute opposite direction of asymmetry. And can never seem to get balanced right.
I felt so here's my hot take. At least on release, I found Age 4 to be very boring.
That's not a hot take. Most players who played Age 4 were super shocked that it won the Game Awards, and they figured the devs just picked the game that looked the prettiest when it won Best Strategy Game. What?
It looks worse than games that are like...
It was being compared with... What did it even compare with? Hang on.
It doesn't look as good as StarCraft 2. It doesn't look as good as... Well, nothing looks as good as StarCraft 2. Honestly, it barely looks as good as Command & Conquer 3.
Yeah, Perception. It won the Best Sim Strategy Game at the Game Awards 2021 mainly because of the competition. I'm pretty sure.
Because there was nobody competing with it in
It was going up against Humankind, Inscription, Microsoft Flight Simulator, and Evil Genius 2 World Domination. Because the category is Sim Strategy Game.
So Evil Genius.
How is Microsoft Flight Simulator a sim strategy game?
It's a simulator game, that's why.
But it's not a strategy game.
No, sim and strategy are the same category.
Oh, sim and strategy, right.
There aren't, because otherwise the simulator strategy genre would just be Farming Simulator every single year when they do a res update. Or textures update.
But there's... You know what they could have done in 2021? They
What?
could have done Hard Space Shipbreaker, and it would have been the best fucking game they
That would require a single critic that they actually work with to have heard of it, and specifically Jeff Keighley doesn't even work with the... Not Jeff Keighley, what's his face? Jason Schreider doesn't even work with them anymore. Bloomberg is not involved in the Game Awards. Even I don't think Kotaku even does anymore.
Shipbreaker is a really fun game.
Yeah.
Shipbreaker was so good.
I need to play it again.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, the Game Awards, most people agree the biggest problem is that most people haven't played every single game in every single genre, but feel compelled to vote in every single genre, whether they played in it or not.
Yeah.
And that leads to a lot of people voting for what they've heard of and not what's actually good.
Yeah.
And Age of Empires 4 had the most hype.
I honestly am surprised Inscription or Humankind didn't win.
I'm not surprised that Humankind
But
Humankind both
also
did
remember, this was
very good
Inscription
and
before the roguelike update, when it was just Inscription.
Inscription was great on release.
Yeah, but it was also over in like 15 hours, which probably was a ding against it.
True.
Okay, but like, I have this unpopular take. I think games are too long now. I think a 15-hour solo campaign is completely reasonable. In fact,
Absolutely.
I would prefer to play a 15-hour campaign than a 150-hour campaign that most games have now.
I'm tired of this. I am sick.
I'd say,
Of
tell
fucking
me
live service
when
games.
was the last time you actually finished
That's
a
the
game?
thing.
Because most people don't anymore.
Last time I finished a game, I'm currently working on Earthbound. I'll definitely be finishing that one. But ignoring stream games, because those are easy to finish. I literally play games on stream to finish them. Let's see. Check my Steam library.
Let's see.
Recently played on Twitch. I I know there's games. I can't think of any off the hat on my head.
The last game I think of that I actually have finished in
Battle of
recent
Five.
times is Tears of the Kingdom.
Yep, that I did.
That's it. And if I was to name a game I finished recently, that's the only game I could think of.
The game, let's see, the
That's
three
right.
games that I have finished recently are...
You know, it's
Mean-
bad.
Meanwhile,
the only one
I
can
a couple of years
immediate-
ago went. Meanwhile, I a couple of years ago went back to play the original Black Ops, and I managed to finish it in an evening.
This year, I've
Like-
beaten Rogue Legacy 2, Rock Raiders, Manic Miners, Fallout 1, Terraria, Stitch, which is a puzzle game, the original Rogue Legacy, Dokapon Kingdom, Stanley Parable Deluxe, Piku Niku,
Or, Barry, we
Mobile
gotta
Suit
do,
Baba.
Witches of Legend someday.
Yep,
I beat...
Vampire Survivors.
recently, games that I finished Age of Mythology Retold, Space
Oh.
Marine 2,
Cotton
Darkest
Time.
Dungeon,
Yeah.
and Rogue Trader.
Yep.
You know, the only one I can think of, even in the last 2 years, actually no, I finished Card Vein, not like 6 months ago. But other than that, the
Mhm.
only one I can really think of, and before that was Psychonauts,
Yep, fair.
the original one.
Yeah.
I need to play the second one.
But I miss the times when I could go, okay, this weekend I'm going to play this game, and I'll be able to finish that game in that weekend.
Also, keep in mind, though, you were
Now
also...
I go, oh, I'm going to play this game, and then you come and see me 6 months later, and you go, how's that game going? And it's like, yeah, I'm still working on it.
Me with Elden Ring.
You also do have less free time than you probably did back then, too, because you probably...
I would argue
Okay.
I have more at the moment.
Interesting.
Cultic, and...
I am currently unemployed.
Yeah, that'll do it. Like, even last year, I beat both Tears of the Kingdom and Octopath Traveler 1, and both of those took over 100 hours. I just also... I have a 2-hour commute into work on the
Traveler's
train.
really fun.
But, I mean, most games aren't designed to be finished nowadays. The overwhelming majority are not designed to be finished.
If
I
you include
don't
mobile
like
games
that.
in that
That's
list,
the problem
yes.
I have with it.
Yeah.
Let's see, what was the statistic that I heard for how many people have completed more than 4 quests on Skyrim? What was it? 12%?
It's probably, if you look at the achievement stats, yes, because Skyrim's a game that goes on sale so frequently, and was also in a decent number of various bundles of some kind. That's another thing with Steam stats. A lot of people just end up with games they never play because they got them dirt cheap or free. And Epic is even worse. I've beaten
there is
2 games on my Epic list.
I have, I think, 400 games in my Steam library. I can tell you now that I have only actively bought maybe 30.
I have
The
600
rest of
and
them have come from, like, just
Bundle.
game bundles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have 600 and I've only bought about 200 of those.
Speaking of, I do have game bundles that I could...
Yep.
A few game bundle codes that can credit.
Oh, same. I think, yeah. I've got a bunch of spare Humble Bundle
I've had
keys.
these out for like months because I haven't found many people to give them to. So I have some Bob might want. Because Bob likes what was Bob kind of likes the building a management kind of.
Oh, that's sorts of games, yeah.
Yes, I do.
I
love me
enjoy
some
those.
Factorio.
Those are good.
Oh, that reminds me. Ooh, I'm excited.
What are you excited for?
The Factorio, the Factorio expansion
A
comes
game
out.
I avoid like the plague. I do have a
Bob-
full-time
Bob
job,
and I have
and I
played,
cannot afford to play Factorio at that time.
Bob and I have played a decent amount of Factorio.
Yep.
Factorio's good. I'm still trying to get my head around it.
Although I say
Yeah,
that as I'm
Factorio
currently...
expansion comes out Monday.
I say that while I'm currently playing Lord of the Rings Online, which is also a massive time sink.
I
I
recently
think-
liberated myself from World of Warcraft.
Wow,
I
you're
am
interested in-
meaning-
Oh, sorry.
I've been meaning to catch up to some of my friends in Final Fantasy XIV for the longest time.
Mm-hmm.
MMOs take so much
Yep.
effort to
Yeah.
get through.
They do.
The only reason I play Lord of the
Are-
Rings Online is because I like the universe. I never got into WoW or Final Fantasy XIV because I don't give a shit about that world.
The
Instead of
only
getting
reason
into
why I'm
WoW, I got into Rift.
Yep.
So,
And I'm surprised not a lot of people have heard of Rift. I'm like, you do realize that Rift is the main reason a lot of games have area looting.
I only got into Final Fantasy XIV because a bunch of friends did. They very quickly
Yeah.
took off because we got back into it when I did have a job,
Yep.
and now I'm like several expansions behind them.
I got into Lord of the Rings Online because Chimu told me that she and Aragorn wanted to play it, and I'm like, oh, I used to play. I'll play that again, and I got back into it, and then both of them just ditched me.
Aragorn ditched me.
Aragorn kept having complaints like, oh, the game doesn't run. I'm going to go back and play my 900th game of Total War. And then Chimu was like, I need to work. And I'm like, whatever.
I was busy with it.
You were. And let's be real, you only wanted to play the game because it was a multiplayer game, not because you care.
Yeah,
I
literally.
had struggled to get Shibu on VR chat for the longest time.
I believe it.
That's gonna probably be a
Dragon
while
Shadow.
getting anything into VR because I literally had to fuse my glasses together.
Yikes.
yeah, wearing a VR headset with glasses is fucking awful.
Yeah, I think it's part of the reason why. So you guys know, like the area on glasses where like the hinge connects to the inner frame where the
Yeah.
actual glasses part is. Yeah, that ripped out of my glasses.
Oof.
Ooh.
I literally I've had to fix it with UV resin like 3 times.
Yeah.
I got tired of it, so I just fused it all together. I haven't had a problem.
Yeah, that's
Yikes.
fair.
Let's see. The MMO that I actually really wanted to do well was New World, and they had every
A lot of people wanted that to do really
New
well, and it
World?
just didn't.
New World had every fucking ball in their park, and man, Amazon was just like, but we have to use Lumberyard.
Mm-hmm. That sounds right. Amazon.
And then they're like, Amazon's like, yeah, you have to use Lumberyard for your game. And they're like, but it's a single player game, or that it's a game engine designed for single player games. And they're like, too bad, we want you to use it. And then they're
They
like,
did what they could.
we're not client side authoritative, I promise. And then you've got the guys who are like standing in the on objectives, and they put their game in windowed mode, and they drag their window around with their mouse, and it makes them invincible.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I didn't learn about that until like a few months ago.
But yeah, and New World is actually still client side authoritative because Lumberyard is a fundamentally terrible system for an MMO.
Mm-hmm. But
I would
Amazon
have thought
was 10 years behind
You have done a
the
great
system.
it's almost
Like
like
I'm trying to build an MMO off like the Battlefield system.
Mm-hmm.
it's almost like when developers tell you that their tools aren't fit for the job, they know what they're talking about.
You could have just left out the tools part and just said developers know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
A lesson all executives could do to learn.
Mm-hmm. It's
Yeah,
like
but-
you've hired these talented people.
Yeah.
Listen to them. They
Yeah.
know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
But have you considered that I make $1 billion in my life, and therefore that means I'm smirked?
But have you considered I sneeze and $1 billion appears in my pocket?
Have you considered that I inherited $140 million from my father because he owned a emerald mine in Congo.
I couldn't tell if you're going to go for the emerald mine in Congo or you're going to go with a valuable real estate portfolio in New York. Either one would have worked.
Why not?
And you got a small
don't you guys
loan of
know
$1 million.
All you need to set up your business is a small loan of $1 million.
I worked really hard for this money. I got up at 6 a.m. every single day. I take cold showers. I get dollar coffee from the Dollar Coffee Mart. I live with my parents who gave me a loan of $1 million. And I only eat one meal a day, and it's a protein smoothie. See? Self-made man.
Yep.
Yeah, what was
Also,
that again
anytime-
about that small loan? Sorry, could you repeat that a bit?
Also, anytime anyone tells you can start a business with only $1,000, it's because it's an MLM scam, and tell them to fuck off. Anyone who says you can start a business for $1,000K wants you to start an MLM scam or they're a crypto seller.
Yep.
There is no such thing as a business that costs $1,000. Look, I've looked into it. These days, you're looking probably even a single business you do on your own. Marketing expenses alone.
Are insane.
I mean, I've pumped probably almost 300 into a hobby,
Yep.
Hey, you could buy
but they
more than
haven't
one.
made a single dollar of it.
Uh-huh.
You could always do a Ross Braun 2009 when he bought Honda, the Honda F1 team, and turned it into Braun GP. He bought that for only £1, and had to take on the millions pounds of debt that the team had, which was the reason why the team only cost £1. But it only cost him £1.
It's almost like
Yeah, it only cost him a good pounding.
it's almost like if an offer is too good to be true, it probably is.
Yes. Well, except that if he
well,
didn't pull that off, then he would be $1 million.
To say too good to be true, he did go on to win the World Constructors Championship that year, made millions of pounds, and then sold it to Red Bull.
Oh yeah,
Not sold it
sometimes
to
you're
Red Bull,
lucky.
he sold it to Mercedes, I think it was.
Yeah, no, Red Bull is talking something because I've drank so much and I still don't have wings.
The Red Bull gives you wings.
So energy drinks are complicated use to me. They're awful. But however, I, as a military person,
Satisfying.
am frequently in situations where people are like, oh, by the way, you're gonna stay up for 3 days straight while I go fuck off.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And you're like, oh gee, thanks. And so now you are going to take in every and they're like, by the way, if you fall asleep sitting here at this desk with no entertainment and nothing to do, we are going to literally fuck your life.
Yep.
You're like, okay, well, time for me to get some caffeine, time for me to get some nicotine, and
You tell 'em,
time
Dara.
for me and the boys to get real dumb.
Companies have a really
Me and the
weird
boys
idea
at 3 a.m. playing
of
poker.
anything. No one's ever accused corporations of being smart, only making money.
Oh no, this isn't even corporations. This is an army.
Yeah. Anybody really?
The
I can
Army
especially
likes
tell
to
you,
use-
the corporation I work for is
Because the way the army likes to do things is, look, it was fucked up when I went through, and I turned out okay. So I'm gonna make sure damn fine it's fucked up for you too.
Yeah, it's the conservative ideology. Everything was way better back in the day. I don't remember it properly, but I swear.
Oh no!
I
like,
love
things were good back
generational trauma.
It's that things were fucked up for me, and I'm gonna make sure it stays just as fucked up for you.
Yep.
Because I'm great. I love me.
I love generational trauma. Fun.
I had to suffer, and therefore you should too.
Yes.
The moral
Back
of
in my
every
day, I had
single-
to walk to school uphill both ways, snowing with dinosaurs.
It's the new the new get off my lawn, bro. Thing.
It's like, oh, we're gonna punish you because you have mold in your bathroom, and you're like, but
Oh!
but sir, my vent fan doesn't work. I've put in 4 work orders and they've all been ignored.
Yeah.
That sounds like a discipline issue, soldier. You better start pushing.
Yep, similar vibes to, if cops really protected people, they wouldn't ride around handing tickets, they'd have light bulbs to replace people for headlights.
So, here's the thing. Cops don't get evaluated for how many people they keep safe, how many crimes they prevent.
The Supreme Court made sure of that.
They get evaluated and funded from both the state and federal level,
Based on ticket
based
counts.
upon how many tickets they write, how many arrests they make, and that's
How many assets they seize.
I was going to say, depending on the jurisdiction, they get to keep any assets they seize, even if it turns out that they shouldn't have kept them.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
it depends on the jurisdiction. You can't. Virginia won't let you do that, but there are plenty of jurisdictions that will.
Texas will.
There was-
They're basically bounty hunters in Texas.
The state I live recently overturned an asset law, a civil asset forfeiture essentially, where if the state sold your house because of back taxes, you would get none of it.
Yep.
Um,
The usual.
I mean, Virginia's in a little bit of a better spot. A lot of it is because we have a lot of black people that actually have some money.
Mm-hmm.
And the state legislature has been cutting back on what law enforcement is allowed to use as probable cause.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think 2 years ago they passed an ordinance that taillights and such being out are no longer probable cause to pull somebody.
Yep. Which, good.
Oh, I heard,
Chicago
I
really
read
should
about
do
that, and
And the state police freaked out because as soon as they passed, they did that without changing the funding ordinance for the state police. And as soon as they did that, the state police failed every ticket quota that the state had set for them, across the board.
Oh no! Anyway.
And
Where's the world's smallest violin when you need it?
but the reason that the law enforcement agencies behave this way in the first place is because they're literally evaluated on how many tickets they write. Like,
Yep.
if you don't write a certain amount of tickets, they're gonna fire you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because our system is designed by people who value money over people.
I mean, you could always just fight it in court, right? Like,
You're fighting one of.
so it doesn't really matter if I write you a ticket
You're-
for something that you
well,
don't
you're
actually
fighting the
need
people who will
for.
get the money anyway.
Well, here's the thing though. The way you do it is you structure it so your tickets cost about $75,
Mhm.
and that way it costs more to take off a day from work
Mhm.
to take it to court than it does to pay the ticket.
Yep.
Whereas if you're the kind of person with enough fuck you money to have your own personal lawyer, you get out of almost every single ticket because your lawyer is just on retainer. The one time I went to traffic court, that's what happened was most people just had to pay their bill and they weren't allowed to do it remotely. And then one person was like, "Your lawyer's really good. He got you out of this entirely." And he's like, "Yeah, I know. My family paid for it."
Smokes,
yeah.
bullets.
You know,
Everyone
Meanwhile,
having
here
fun.
we
as much as
follow-
I want to know about the law, I probably could go to be a lawyer, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't do well in school environments. I probably won't do good in a courtroom.
Yeah. Well, you need to first do well in the school environment to pass the bar exam.
Meanwhile,
Also,
here, you don't get
are you,
pulled over for speeding. We have cameras to do that shit.
Which is so much better, too.
Every speeding ticket will always come via the mail. You will never be pulled over for speeding unless you're going like
To be fair, that has one.
ridiculously fast to
as much
the
as
point
I
where
think-
you're endangering people.
As much as I think the camera system is not the greatest and needs improvement, it has a major advantage over the police doing it in that it's not the police killing people in dangerous car crash chases.
Meanwhile, they had a case in Detroit where a woman was they seized their car,
Mhm.
not because it was the car found after a robbery, but because it, the make and model match, and nothing else. Even though the car that drove away was very unique.
Oh yeah. If you ever really want to get pissed off, I can recommend a video by Some More News that's nothing about just like all the fucked up shit the cops do. If you don't also mind occasionally hearing not safe for work humor.
So, another big issue that is going to cause your cops, especially your local cops, to behave badly, is going to be that in most jurisdictions, especially your rural jurisdictions where most of these things are happening, is that your road officers are only getting paid like maybe $32,000 to $35,000 a year. So what ends up happening is that the only people what ends up happening is your jurisdictions are struggling to get police applicants that don't have criminal records. And so when you
or
pay
that
for
just
gutter
really
trash,
want to bully people.
like when you pay for gutter trash, you get gutter trash. I'm just saying.
It's that, but also it's people who just really enjoy the power trip because it lets them do that.
And you can't get rid of them because then who's gonna man the position? Then you're just.
That's kind of how it is at where I live right now. We have a cop on basically on a power trip, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Yep. There you go. I posted the video in the chat if anyone's interested.
But yeah, no, we face that in our jurisdiction where like most of because I worked dispatch for a long time, and our managers were constantly complaining that the only applicants they ever got were people with criminal records. And I'm like, well, you pay $34,000 a year for a job that's long hours, high stress, low pay, and it makes everybody hate you. Why is anybody that has any marketable skill ever going to take this job?
I mean, at least depending on the criminal record, they'll have experience with weapons. That's good for cops, right? You want them to be like ready to fire on people.
Oh God, no! Infantry are the worst possible cops you can get. Jesus
I didn't
Christ.
say that was actually a reasonable take. I'm just saying that's what probably happens.
No, that it's actually a problem. You get a lot of people that come out of the military and go be cops because they have no other skills. It's really
that's what
really
I'm saying
bad.
is it's a bad thing, but it keeps happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, the sarcasm might have been a little too subtle.
You get a lot of federal money for hiring. You get a lot of federal money for hiring veterans. And which is normally a good thing, but in law enforcement it's terrible because man, we are not trained to protect and serve. We are trained to identify and eliminate the enemy.
Yep.
We ain't trained to protect and serve nobody.
Nope.
And I promise you our training is better than yours. And you are not breaking that conditioning with your 4 months at the police academy and whatever else the state makes you do. Like, it ain't happening.
I greet you, friend.
Spring.
Raspberry.
Moral of the story.
No,
is
you're all good.
What? Sorry, what was the question?
Sorry, I was talking to housemates.
Oh, you're good.
But heaven forbid that we actually, properly fund the VA and actually honor the commitments we make with our transition assistance programs. No, that would cost money. We can't do that.
Nope.
I agree, dog.
Doggo is the smartest one here. It's just not even a question. We all agree.
Oh no, he's just kind of laying there.
It's because I ate the brain cell the other day.
You need to return that brain cell. Why
I
do you
can't
think
return it. It's in my digestive tract.
There are ways.
Ari,
We can
how many
make
times I
you.
gotta say, all of Twitch chat has to survive on that one brain cell.
And I ate it. Okay.
That's a shame.
It's fine. You can fish it out my poop later. Please don't. That's disgusting.
Alright. Well, I am gonna head to bed. I'll see y'all later.
See ya.
See
Hey.
ya.
What bed?
Bed is
All I
thing-
know is I am the one to your queen.
I'm not looking forward to bed because after bed is over, I'm waking up and I have no idea how tomorrow's gonna go.
Oh yeah.
And then you,
Well,
you're probably gonna wake up to a cat barn that just in.
No, the problem is I did the COVID and flu vaccines today, and my track record with those hasn't been the best.
Yeah.
Day of is usually just a bit of soreness, and then the next day is an adventure.
I don't have to do mine anymore because they've turned into what the yearly flu shot is, where it's only for the elderly and the
Yep.
vulnerable that have to do their yearly COVID jabs.
Mm-hmm.
If I get COVID, I just have to deal with it because I'm not vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've had it. I've had COVID in the past.
I've never tested positive, so. But I probably have come into contact with it before.
Mm-hmm.
I think I told you about that, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because I remember complaining to you about not being able to, like, taste or smell as good as I used to. Luckily, almost all of that's back now. Almost.
Whereas I have good enough insurance that still covers it.
After the slaying of Smaug,
meanwhile, me over here having to try to fight insurance to, like, find a dentist to go to.
Don't even get me started. Fucking dentist.
Medical insurance.
King Thror promised such
medical
a gift
insurance,
to each
dental
Lord
insurance,
of Dane.
all the fucking insurance.
Vision insurance, car insurance.
7 more lords, 7
Accident
more black
insurance,
arrows were forged.
emergency insurance.
I don't have any insurance at all.
Mm-hmm.
Baron.
Yep.
I got a quote for my
I just pay my
old car that I have.
Well.
It was well over $100 every month.
Yeah, that sounds right if the car is old enough, unfortunately.
It's not just that.
Mm-hmm.
It's also because my state is a no-fault state.
Oh, yeah.
And it has a couple of other stupid things going on.
Yep. Don't you love how insurance
she likes cars.
Don't you love how insurance, in theory, is supposed to be a useful system that's just turned into a way to make money off people again?
Insurance is the biggest MLM scheme.
Insurance is meant to be act as a almost like savings fund for you need to pay this company every month. But when you get into an accident, the money that you've paid in will then go out towards, getting your car repaired or replaced, depending on the damages.
Yep.
Yeah,
so
then
you don't have to remember to keep money aside for if that happens. Because we as humans are terrible at saving money.
The problem becomes when
it has just the insurance company gone mad with greed.
The bureaucracy of it, and the number of people in charge, like at the top level, keeping a large portion of the funding and claiming that they're owed it when they don't do anything.
Yeah.
Other than market and lobby
your
government.
CEO gets paid like a quarter of what your entire company makes.
And the only thing you actually accomplish is bargaining with the government to try to do your best to make government insurance illegal just so that you can make all the money off of it.
Yep.
They're probably not as much of a lobbying group as, say, TurboTax is, but they're up there.
What I find really stupid here with car insurance is a lot of other European countries, when you buy car insurance, you insure the driver, which means the driver can drive any car they want. Including like friends and family car, they don't have to take out new insurance. Where in the UK, you insure the car, which means if your car doesn't have if I was to get a car, but then I wanted to allow my dad to drive, my dad has car insurance because he has his own car, but he wouldn't be allowed to drive my car because he wouldn't be insured for my car unless I put him on the insurance.
Yeah, the US is the same way where
it's really stupid.
It's insurance for the individual and the car, and you can buy extra to have other people involved, but it's way more.
where other
only
European
that,
countries,
but,
it's just like, oh yeah, if you want to drive cars, you got to buy car insurance, and that just covers you.
Yeah.
And it usually
Yeah.
also works out better because it's like, it's a fixed rate. It doesn't matter what car you drive, how old it is, like all of that. It's just you as a driver, how long have you driven, how often do you get into accidents? Okay, this is going to be how much it is to insure you.
Yep.
And then you can drive
no,
whatever the fuck you like.
Here, if car insurance is so fickle, they can literally cancel your plan if you don't tell them that your child is over 18.
Mm-hmm.
They will literally find any way to get out of giving you money.
Ugh.
Like, oh,
That it?
you got your battery replaced. Well, that voided your warranty, kind of thing.
It's right. It's a good thing we're part of the
Baron and I have had long discussions about these kind of things.
It's a good thing that we're part of the European Union because they'll make sure that we don't adopt any really stupid US laws. Oh wait, hang on a minute. We voted to leave that.
And now you get all of our big trucks too. Congrats.
Yep. I definitely love that. Yeah.
Don't you love how America's importing their pickup trucks all over the world?
I love walking around a residential area that is only a 5 to 10 minute drive outside of the city centre and seeing these fuck off big SUVs and pickup trucks. It's like, you live 10 minutes from the city centre. What could you possibly need that big of a car to haul?
Even in the US, most people who own pickup trucks that size aren't hauling anything with them. They're often status symbols for people that live in towns but still in houses.
I hate how car culture has just become a symbol of status where
I
the bigger
actually like driving.
your car is, the better you look.
I actually like driving trucks. I don't need a big one though.
Yeah, the problem is with small trucks is they lose contests with big trucks. By contest, I mean crashes, of course. And so there's a dick measuring contest to make the heaviest car because the heavier car survives. It's part of why the Cybertruck is so heavy because it is quote-unquote designed to win car crashes.
Did you see about the car crash, the Cybertruck that's gotten into a car crash now while using automated drive?
Oh, I was wondering how long that would take.
The car it crashed into, I think it was like Volkswagen Golf or something like that. It was like your standard hatchback, like family hatchback. Front end completely crumpled in.
Yep.
The Cybertruck truck, maybe a few scrapes down the side.
Yep.
The person in the Volkswagen or the family hatchback came away completely zero injuries. The person with the Cybertruck came away with multiple cuts and bruises all over their legs.
Because when they crash,
Isn't it
had the impact.
funny how cars are designed to crumple? Isn't it funny that maybe that was designed on purpose?
But conversely, you have the real fun if you're going fast enough and you hit the car and you just go through it. Which is a problem with semi-trucks, for instance, but it makes sense because they're so goddamn huge. It should not be the case for a truck with an engine base smaller than your average minivan.
But it's almost like if a road legal car is fast enough to go where you crash and go through the windshield, they shouldn't be on the road. Like,
yeah.
You know,
no one ever accused Elon Musk of being smart.
Which would you prefer to be hit by? The Honda Civic or the like massive as fuck Ford Raptor? Because I know which one I'd prefer to be hit.
I'd prefer to be hit by the guy on the moped. Because I'd also be on a moped.
I would prefer to be hit by the guy on the moped because that.
Unfortunately, I live in a country where cars are basically mandatory.
Don't get me started on public transport and cycle infrastructure. Trust me, I'll be here for days.
Oh yeah.
I regularly complain about the UK's lack of public transport and cycle networks. So don't let me start on the US.
That's what
Darren and I have had long conversations about this as well, because there is literally the only public transport here in my city is a 9 to 5.
Yep.
It literally starts at 9 and stops at 5.
which isn't public transit, it's commuter transit, aka benefiting the wealthiest people.
And not only that, it's only benefiting those on first shift.
That's supposed to be a problem
Yeah,
if it ends at 5 and people need to get home after that.
Yep.
Yeah, like most days, I'm out at like 9. And
I'm talking even like, imagine you're off work at 5:10.
Compared to the US,
yeah.
our public transport looks amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Compared to all of Europe, or
have
at
you
least very
seen-
much all of Western Europe, we by
Have
far
you
have
seen
the worst.
the picture of the train network of Europe compared to the US?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
everyone
yeah.
has at this point, I'm sure.
Yeah. Literally, I looked at that for the first time and was like, we don't even have a train going to California from New York.
Nope. We have to stop off at Chicago. I've taken that train before, at least the Chicago to California version. Not all the way. I
I would have to make multiple changes, but I'm pretty sure I can train from my house to Turkey. I would have to make multiple changes, but I could do it. There would be train routes that
I mean,
take
we had-
me across the entirety of Europe.
I mean, we had that person that ran from one UK, I don't know where it was, but it was somewhere in the UK, train station to another, and still made it in time to catch the train.
Okay, that was the London Tube, though. That stops regularly, and often the stops aren't that far apart. That's like saying about doing the same with the New York Metro.
Any
You could
any
not do
train
that
that
with the New
stops
York
every
Metro.
few minutes.
Yeah. The London Underground and, by extension, the New York Metro are nothing more than a bus on rails underground.
Which,
Like,
to be
they
fair,
are
is-
just buses.
To be fair, is better than a normal bus if there's no bus lane.
Oh yeah, I honestly think places should start bringing back trams. In fact, most places, let's say most places, some places have started installing trams again.
A bit of a disclosure about myself. I'm starting my MBA in January, and I'm specifically focused on sustainability, infrastructure, and logistics. So I've been studying this shit for years.
Yeah, Baron and I have similar
Recent-
mindsets to where when it comes to like certain things, public transport is one.
I've recently went to Nottingham, which is a city in the UK that has trams, and it is so good. It works just like a bus, the convenience of the bus, but with the speed of a train. So I'm able to get to one part of the city to another in about 5-10 minutes, but the stop was inside the city centre. It was literally on the high street. And it costs about the same price as a bus ticket would as well to ride it. It was
That
great.
sounds right.
More places should put
And
trams.
most of them aren't like run by coal or anything like that.
This was electric.
Yeah, most of them nowadays are just electric.
Except in the U.S.
Except in the U.S.
To be
where-
fair, the other problem the U.S. has is like the Amtrak specifically doesn't run on Amtrak lines. Amtrak runs on freight train lines they rent from freight trains.
Was Amtrak, sorry?
Oh, Amtrak is the across state lines trains. They're slow, they're
right,
inefficient, and a part of that is if there is a freight train, they have to give it priority, even though that's illegal in the country. In theory, in practice, they constantly have to, because they don't own the lines. Because the U.S. federal government refuses to get involved and makes it a state issue, and half the states we have make money off truck sales. Because there is no law against conflict of interest for the government in this country.
And all the time with laws, it's the federal government is like, yeah.
Because we gave too much
I
power
thought
to individual states because we wanted them to sign our pretty paper.
Yeah, it's literally like, yeah. Well, you gotta bring it to your government, not us. And most people are like, but you are a government.
No, it's not our job. Go ask the governor of Texas. He cares about people, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Go
Right?
ask DeSantis. He'll totally do
I
nice
don't
things
know.
for you.
I don't know much about Texas, but there's one thing I know all too depressingly well: is that the state governor of Texas does not, in fact, like people.
He likes people
just
if they
marked up
vote
there.
for him and are white and straight and male.
And are white and are American and
this-
are Christian
I said
and are
white,
rich.
straight male. Yes.
Yeah. And don't forget, they gotta be cis.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Cis too. Yeah. Ironically, I fit every single one of those categories, and he still hates me for some reason. I don't get it.
It's because you don't have money. You're not rich. Unless you are.
Let's not talk
It's
about
because you
that.
don't live in Texas.
Let's not talk about that part.
Okay. Fair enough.
Not on stream. Maybe not off stream either.
It's all
you're
because you don't live in
streaming.
Texas.
Yep. I have progressive on my stream tag, and my rules say politics is okay if you can be civil. I don't care. I discussed this before with a few people. Don't give a shit. And I will block you if you start telling me how good Trump is. Or if you make any kind of comment that attempts to be like, but maybe women like being breeding machines.
I'm just the one person over here, like, I don't like talking politics.
I never
cannot-
understand that argument of maybe women like being breeding machines. It's like, yeah, that's a choice they can have. That doesn't mean we have to force that upon them, though.
Well, the
But if
argument
they-
is that they all secretly like it and just haven't realized it yet. Which is based on a massive misinterpretation about how birth hormones work,
Yeah.
among other things.
Yeah.
But it really just comes down to
But again, it's
control.
one of those things of that is a choice for them to make,
Yep.
and they can laws that force them to be that way is just not
Yeah.
correct.
It's terrible. And then as a bonus problem is that often the ones who say they like it are being coerced and don't actually have a choice after all. See the entire tradwife culture right now where a lot of them aren't allowed to leave their husband's side. The videos are all completely structured. It's so toxic.
Hey, you can't have any contact with any other guy.
Well, anyone, period, if your husband isn't present as well.
Yeah.
It's bad.
People just have weird expectations with relationships that they just don't convey.
And it doesn't help that oftentimes a lot of these people don't actually care about the values they're promoting. They just know that a lot of other people do, and they get money off of it. And they don't mind the idea of their wife being completely subservient to them. It's just not their original intended goal.
Yep.
Dude,
They
I
don't
just
care
feel
as long as they make money. Hey, I mean, it's the entire reason a lot of people are like, but should we really
Yep.
have like family vlogging channels that show children all the time as the main product?
Quick question, by the way, guys. Which pet should I have right now?
Which
Options.
Let's see. Yes. The options is I have like 40. Let's see. There's different kinds of dogs. There's a cow. There's a bunch of cats. There's a bat. There's a
it's
hawk.
not even a question. We're going with the corgi.
There is a corgi. Yes. I can have a corgi as a pet.
Oh my god, the Queen Corgis.
Yep. There's a corgi.
I-
It goes woof.
As I said, there's no question. It's always going to be the corgi.
I change pets probably every month or so I play the game, and I've had the cat for long enough, it's time to change. Also, I keep thinking it's Ayla meowing at me with that cat. The only one I don't use is the swan kite because it gets in my way when I'm trying to do things. I don't like that one. Also, it's not a swan, it's a kite.
I probably would play the game again, but storage space.
But what?
But storage space.
Yeah, it's not the smallest game,
I mean,
unfortunately.
it's not like that small, but it's not that big either.
No.
Wait,
And if you did play it, if you played the same server, I could absolutely play with you.
I think we all started on the same server.
This is the one that you originally told me to play, and then everyone said, wait, is the one the Russians play? And I'm not playing on that server. which was another problem too. He refused to join this server, and all my high-level characters are on this server, and it's $25 to change servers.
Yeah, I don't know. Aragorn was very weird with the game.
Yeah. For a bit of context about the whole Russian thing, there used to be a dedicated Russian server, and then when the game was running low on money, they killed that server, and this was the server that a lot of the Russian community migrated to. Russian/Ukrainian. But they talk in Cyrillic, so a lot of people get super pissed. I don't care. There's way worse shit said by the people speaking English. You should see this chat anytime Rings of Power has anything happening. Or don't. They swear they're not mad about the black people. They're totally just mad about the lore. In a game where you can kill giants in solo combat.
I saw some weird stuff who in Rings of Power was like coming out still. It was like huge, and I was like, okay, but why are you complaining about this person being a woman?
I play League of Legends. I see enough of the toxic stuff.
Yeah. The good news is you can turn the global chat off, and it's so much nicer when you do.
Yeah.
Like, the only thing I'm in is my kin, and my kin's just hosted by a role player who thinks he's an elf from the first age 5,000 years ago. Basically think Aragorn, except not. What?
I'm very grateful that a lot of what goes on in the Final Fantasy global chat is either a whole bunch of nothing, or it's just ERPers because you've gone to Lominsa, where the ERPs like to hang out,
and all they're doing is like advertising their like 18+ guild.
Yeah, they're 18+ guild, or they're petting each other and hugging each other and kissing each other.
Yeah, Star Wars Star Wars: The Old Republic is the other MMO I put some time into, and a lot of the global chat there is just people advertising their kins, which have a quote Discord where free speech is allowed, and I'm always just like, free speech to say what, and that's how I get blocked.
Yeah,
Also, I don't care about your fucking Discord. This is a game.
I did play a lot of the old Star Wars online games.
I'll probably get back.
Aragorn yelled at me when I actually paid one for premium because I was actually having a lot of fun in the game.
Yeah, why not? If you're having fun, I paid for premium Lord of the Rings Online a few times because
and fun. Aragorn yelled because he's like, "But I wanted to progress without having to pay, without anyone paying." I'm like,
yeah.
And what are you? 10?
We'll leave it at that. I don't want to go too much into shit-talking people I know IRL. I'd much prefer shit-talking people like Donald Trump, because if he ever sees my stream,
yeah, me too.
I would love to be like, fuck you, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, Twitch have recently unbanned Trump.
I know. I
because
blocked
of
him.
Like political fairness, and it's like,
no.
I'm pretty sure Twitch are fully within their rights to ban someone who goes against their TOS.
Agree.
Yeah.
Can we all just agree that Twitch being so against VTubers that literally IRL streamers can show hair, but VTubers are like, any hip throwing, you're banned.
Yeah,
that's right. Nintendo aren't fan of VTubers either after what they did with the green screen Splatoon trend.
Yeah, a lot of it I think does come down to I have the feeling it's not Twitch themselves, it's pressure either from the corporate top at Amazon, most likely due to advertisers. Twitch themselves doesn't give a shit. That's why the whole porn thing even happened, because they're like, oh, we don't care. It lasts an hour, and then advertisers get pissy, and it's over.
It lasted a day. And, like, it only lasted a day because they couldn't roll out the changes immediately.
And if that ever happens again, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just a completely separate part of the website.
It honestly, it should have been.
But Amazon's
Or
running
it-
into problems where Twitch is profitable, but not profitable enough. Amazon is profitable, but Amazon insists that individual divisions need to pay for themselves, and Twitch doesn't pay for itself enough because they...
This is the problem. This is something Pirate Software pointed out. Both YouTube and Twitch are massive money pits.
Yep, because of how much...
For both Google and Amazon. It's why Google are so tough on YouTube with the adverts. Because YouTube, it loses money by operating. It's just a net loss.
Because of how much
Month in,
data
month
they're
out, they lose
storing,
millions.
Like, every second at this point is the numbers I'm hearing.
Thing that
what was
worries
it like?
me.
100? I think I heard somewhere that it's like 100,000 hours.
Every second, you
Were
mean?
being uploaded every hour.
It's
Yeah,
more
that's
the bandwidth required for streaming video across the internet.
Yep.
Like a 1080p 30 FPS
And that's
video
why they're so big on trying
costs
to...
like £2 or £3. So if you multiply that by the like millions of people that use it, like, that's a really big expense.
Hi, kitty. Is it food time again? Are you hungry again?
This is what I fear for the future of YouTube is YouTube won't face this as much because YouTube has actually been a successful Google product.
Yep.
But Google have shown in the past that they aren't afraid to shut down services. Like Blogger has gone, Google Plus has gone. There are like Google Reader is gone. Like there is so many products Google has made that have ended up just being shut down because they weren't profitable.
Meanwhile, Microsoft, where programs start to go when they're starting to get on their last leg.
My guess is that YouTube will be among the last things to go, other than Google AdSense itself, because it's too much a well-known brand, too much a part of the cultural zeitgeist.
This is what I mean by the fact that YouTube's got a little bit more going for it, of the fact that it was actually successful.
Yep.
And is still heavily used. But
it was successful.
And it helps bring money to other Google products simply by existing, because they have the same ecosystem.
Yeah.
The hell is that message engine?
When I heard that Google were going to remove uBlock Origin off of their Chrome store, I went, yep, okay, second you do that, Google, I leave for Firefox. I completely disconnect myself from your ecosystem.
Oh, I went
because
to Firefox
trying to use a modern day, trying to surf the internet in the modern day without an ad blocker is impossible.
Like, any fandom wiki ever, good lord, those people.
Any fandom wiki, any news article, any like highly trafficked social media website,
blog sites. But of course, the problem is that's also how all the companies make their money, so they keep making it worse. Because paywalls have become the most hated thing on the internet.
Finally get an ad blocker that's really good at blocking all of it, and Google's response was just, okay, we're going to ban it.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, nobody is a huge fan of Chrome as is, because there's a reason it's known to be the devastator of all RAM.
Oh yeah. And don't get me wrong, Firefox isn't great there either, as someone who uses it regularly.
No browser is amazing with the RAM, it's just the nature of the modern internet. But they're all... This is the problem I see. I see this argument a lot. It's like, oh, it's like, but my browser's more performance, like, saving, and oh, mine's like got this and that and that. It's like most modern day browsers now are identical. Other than a few UI layouts and what store they connect to, they offer the same service. Because if one company can get away with, something, all of them are going to do it.
It's because most of them run off Chromium.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's why I specifically named Firefox, because it's the only big browser that isn't Chromium based.
But even if you look at it, they're like, Firefox is only number 5, and that's a huge gap. Chrome is so much of the market; it's insane.
Yeah.
I hate it.
I mean, you still got those few people that like to use Edge.
I use it for work because the rest of work is already a Microsoft ecosystem, so I might as well use that.
Since Edge went over to using Chromium, I know a lot of people that moved from Chrome back to Edge because of the fact that, where it's Chromium based, it already ties into the Google ecosystem.
Exactly.
And because it's made by Microsoft, it also ties into the Microsoft ecosystem.
And
so seeing that a lot of people, myself included, who use Google for online stuff, Microsoft for their OS,
Yep.
it makes sense to use a browser that links to both of those.
Yep. Since much as I love Firefox, it does not. Not that I care as much, because I don't care about ecosystems. For me, it's more about who has my data, so I mostly use the people who already have it, rather than giving it to yet another company.
Yeah.
Google already has literally everything. I guess I'll get my phone as a Google.
That's
because at least that's less bloatware.
That's the only reason why I haven't moved from Chrome. Is because I've already set up with Chrome. Google already have all my information because I have Gmails, I have YouTube, I have this, that, and the other with
my
Google.
Banking is done there. The reason I went Firefox was because Chrome actually broke for me. I wasn't able to log into websites on it anymore because of an update on about 2 computers ago. I switched to Firefox, and I've just been part of that ecosystem ever since.
Yeah. But
otherwise, I'd still be Chrome, probably.
The amount of big companies that are pissing me off in them. The next one is, as far as Microsoft to piss me off. This time next year, they will be only a month out from dropping Windows 10 support. Already.
Yep. The
the
OS and all OSs. Be right back.
If you didn't know this, you got a year to figure out what you're going to do after Windows 10. I have decided that I am not touching Windows 11. I refuse to. That Windows 11 is a bombshell of a OS. So if they don't figure out something else or release like Windows 12 or something, I'm going to Linux.
So they are getting rid of the control panel entirely.
Say again?
Windows 11 is getting rid of the control panel entirely.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the control panel is being a legacy thing.
It's been legacy, but the issue was there was just so much on settings you couldn't get to.
Yeah, but this is the thing. If they've now added everything that was in the control panel into settings, I'm fine with them getting rid of the control panel. It makes more sense. If I want to change my network adapters, that is a setting. I should be going to settings. If I want to change my cursor speed, that is a setting. I should be going to settings. It makes more sense. Control panel was a legacy thing left over because when Windows went to Windows 8, they never put everything into the settings. And it's taken them now 3 to 4 OSs to finally put everything into settings. That as long as they've done that, as long as everything that was in control panel is now in settings, I'm fine with control panel going. Because it
has been 3, because 8.5 was but it went straight from 8 to 10.
The issue I have with Windows 11 is I hate the amount of bloatware they've put into it. Microsoft, not everyone uses all of your products. You have a lot of products that are business solutions and business focused. I do not need Microsoft Teams built into my operating system when I am a personal user who uses my device for personal use only. I'm not doing business stuff. Don't give me your business solution communication. I don't need that in my operating system. The biggest one that puts me off Windows 11 completely is the fact that they're trying to force adverts into it. You know, the operating system I paid £100 to own, and they want to put ads all over it.
Yeah, I mean, just think of if you had to buy Linux, and then Oh,
Linux is
there's an
free.
ad there. There's
Yep.
an ad there. There's an ad there. There's an ad there. Oh, look, another ad.
I say Linux is free. So if Windows 12 isn't out by that point, I am going over to Linux, most likely.
There are many different types of.
Yeah.
Yes.
And thankfully, because of the Steam Deck, there is a larger and larger library that's running on Linux now, to the point
Yep.
I
where
think part of the reason the
late-
Steam Deck was Linux.
yeah, to
'Cause
the
it would be
point
kinda
now
hard to
where
make with Windows.
the latest Steam hardware survey came out, and Linux has actually got a bigger market share now than Mac OS.
Which, good riddance.
It's not
to
hard to
Mac.
do.
I know it's not hard to do, but that's never been the case. It's only since the Steam Deck that now Linux is the second biggest operating
Yeah,
system. And if the way Microsoft and Windows are going, that's only going to grow, because the more
I
people
mean,
that get pissed off
Steam
with
could've-
Microsoft, the more people are going to switch.
Steam could've
Microsoft.
gone with Microsoft, but they decided Linux because they wanted more games to be on Linux.
Yeah.
And there's also the fact that Linux doesn't require you to pay Microsoft any money,
Yeah,
which a lot of people don't.
it's probably mainly that.
To be
I
fair,
hope-
Microsoft isn't going to go away until corporations start pivoting to Linux, and most of them aren't ready to do that anytime soon, because
Yeah.
that's a lot more work and troubleshooting for your
Oh,
individual
yeah.
workers.
Oh yeah.
Not only that, but a lot of people don't want to have an IT person that knows Linux on standby 24/7.
Yep. Well, to be fair, most IT people and a lot of tech people probably know Linux. It's having to have way more of them ready for your workers who don't know Linux and don't know why in the world their OS doesn't start.
Oh, how I wish I
I-
could see
Yeah.
this memory into
Um,
the weave.
I myself and my dad both work, or have knowledge. He
Yes,
works, I
it
don't,
is time.
in the IT field. Most of the people that I know that work with computers on a technical level know, at the very minimum, the bare bones of how to get around Linux. You kind of need to. And once you've used
implore
command
you, go to
command
the
line
young
and
king.
PowerShell and stuff like that enough times, you start to learn how terminal-based operating systems work. To the point where even if you haven't used Linux before, if you know how the commands of how to do stuff in Windows and PowerShell, it's very easy
You too
to
have
make
traveled
that
far,
transition
I am
over to
guessing.
Linux terminal.
You too have traveled
Especially
far.
as well if you've ever used the
Forgive my
terminal
poor
on
appearance.
Mac, because Mac and Linux are both built off of Unix, so they both use the exact same command structure.
Well, not only that, but with certain versions of Linux, you can just kind of make a desktop icon.
Yep.
Like you can get essentially a skin for it that looks like say Windows 7.
Yeah.
And it'll work similarly enough to where you won't notice.
The one I've dabbled the most with is Ubuntu, and Ubuntu looks just like how Windows 7 looks like.
Yeah, a lot of people either know Mint or Ubuntu.
Because they're both more. I think Mint is the one that's closest resembles Mac OS X. I think it is.
And then you have there's few people that use a different version of Ubuntu called Ubuntu.
Because, of course, they would.
I mean, who wouldn't want Ubuntu?
But no, Linux Mint looks more like Windows 10. My dad.
Yeah, Mint looks more like modern.
Yeah. Where Ubuntu looks more like Windows 7, if I remember correctly.
They're on what? Ubuntu 8 now?
Ubuntu is on version 22 point something.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's called like Ubuntu 8.
I don't think it has a name. It's just Ubuntu.
Yeah.
In fact, the 22.04 was the long-time support version. The latest release is 24.10. I've been using Ubuntu Server, which is just Ubuntu but without the graphical interface, for hosting Minecraft servers now for about 2 years,
Makes sense.
3 years, because it's so lightweight as well.
Mhm.
You don't have all the like guff that Microsoft
Yeah,
likes
you
to run in
just
the
gotta
background.
remember to set your keyboard to
That was a Windows issue though, not a Linux. Linux gives me the option. Microsoft just went, yeah, no, you're using a US layout keyboard, aren't you? Because we're based in the US, so you must be using a US layout keyboard.
Yep.
To be
Why
And
would-
we're, and we're not going to give you the option to change it in the setup of the OS because it's the server version. So like you're either
I was going
in China, you're like Spanish, French, German, or you're US English.
What do you mean? I clearly speak Australian. I don't speak American, I speak Australian.
Australian isn't a language, it's a dialect.
You get you get what I mean though. There are those people that will be just like, but I don't speak American. I speak English.
Yep, reminds me of an argument I had with a German friend who attempted to argue that American English is inferior because the only correct English is the original English, which is British English, and I pointed out, no, current English isn't even the original English. The original English is a dead language no one speaks anymore and can.
Modern day English is three languages and a trench coat.
It's adapted from a lot of other languages because it was such a language of global commerce.
That and we got invaded a bunch.
I mean,
Like there is
looking at-
Norse. There is Norse in there. There is a lot of French.
Oh yeah.
It's based on a dramatic language. It's why English
it's
is
based
quite
on-
a hard language for foreigners to learn because there is
It's
so
based on
many
old
gotchas because of the fact that we have so many different origins for words that we have so many exceptions to rules that you wouldn't know unless you just memorized them.
Yeah, and then you don't even get them explained yet.
Half the time I only know them because I read so much as a kid that they just make sense to me intrinsically. I'm like, that word looks wrong.
Yeah, like I mean, like the word leader. Like the word leader and leader, they sound the same, but completely different.
Remember the famous children's jingle, I after E, except when E is after I.
Yeah.
What is it?
It's
I before E except after C.
But except that's not exactly true because a lot of times it's not that.
Often that's not true, but there is a lot of times where that
Which is why I fixed the jingle to what it should correctly be. I after E except when it's not.
Yeah, it's literally almost never after C is there an E anywhere. It's usually C, and then like maybe a H.
Yeah, I after E except after C, unless your name is Keith.
Your name is Keith.
Because I had an uncle called Keith who it was K-I-E. It's like...
It is a lot of words that just don't make sense. I thought we go over the language of Lord of the Rings.
No. Any sort of fiction language loves to like place consonants when there's vowels and put apostrophes all over the place, and
Would you rather learn Klingon?
they love the use of Q, X, and Zs.
But it's also one thing about fiction languages that makes them so obviously fake is that their grammar is usually very consistent, as is their punctuation, because they don't have the real-life modifications that real-life languages have.
Yeah.
I mean, would you guys rather speak Klingon?
That's well, yeah. Berries, dogs need firewood, and I've killed enough puppies.
I think we should all learn the parkour language of parkour civilization.
I'm busy trying to learn developer lingo so I can convert it into normal people speak. Which I'm not allowed to put on my resume because apparently it would offend Java developers. Even though it's true.
There's so many different things that, like,
Console.log
should be able
equals
to
it,
put on a CV, but
quotation
you
mark,
just can't.
hello, space, world,
No, it's
quotation mark,
what's an
semicolon.
instance, what is JDK, and why is it relevant, and who cares? Except it's my job to care.
And then you have those people who are like, okay, I can only speak Unity.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that would still be the console.log equals quotation marks. You just wouldn't need the semicolon on the end, I don't think.
The funny thing is,
Because C# is a weird language.
they would, that would be on there. They wouldn't get the job because the job is not in Unity.
The thing is, I don't actually know any programming language, because that's not my job to. I know Excel.
I know too many.
I'm the project manager. My job is to yell at you until you translate what you're talking about to English. And I go out of my way not to learn things.
Hey, you know how to use Excel? What about VBA?
I've dabbled in it, but it's not necessary for my job, so I haven't usually bothered.
Cool. Because there is nothing more fun. This is gonna make me sound so sad. There is nothing more fun to do in my free time than add macro scripts to Excel.
I make my
written in
D&D campaigns in Microsoft Excel. You're fine.
He does. I literally have seen one of them because I am in.
Yep.
Excel is such a powerful. I've bought Microsoft Office 365 Personal solely so I have access to Excel.
Because anything
it's
else,
so good.
Everything else in the Microsoft library is easily replaced with anything in the Google library. Excel is the only exception.
Excel is just so good.
Sheets.
Yeah, Google Spreadsheets is kind of
garbage.
It's bad. It's bad.
You can't
there's a
even
reason why
make a simple script.
There's a reason why corporations that use Google are the corporations that don't need scripts and only use Excel because they want a spreadsheet. If all you want is a sort function, Google will do fine. If you need anything more than that, it is not fine.
I need a checklist, and I need it this specific way.
If you need a checklist,
and this specific
you
way
can
doesn't
do it
work
in
on
Google.
Excel.
I've seen people do
work
it in
on
Google Sheets. I haven't been able to manage a checklist in Google Sheets, but people have done it somehow. I could do it within 5 minutes in Excel.
The main reason I use Google Sheets is if I need to share just a spreadsheet with other people, because Microsoft Excel Online is garbage.
The main reason I will use it is I need to give people their character sheet because they refuse to download it themselves.
Oh, I use PDF Reader for that.
Yeah, that's fair. I use
Sumatra. I use a character.
The PDF Reader I used. I thought it was a lifetime.
But it wasn't.
A lifetime one. It only lasts like a year.
Yeah, that's normal.
I create my character sheet online on D&D Beyond, and then I download it as a PDF to my computer, and then I will edit it in a PDF reader for the stuff that I can't do on D&D Beyond.
Oh, I forgot. I don't just have recursive as a tag. I added woke recently. Forgot about that.
I don't.
Get away with it. I won't even download my character sheet from D&D Beyond.
I don't really use
D&D
as a
Beyond.
system much anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I know Sarah's was hell-bent on trying to rewrite, they're very much the combat rules for D&D. To use an account.
The combat rules are like the part that's probably the best out of that system, I'd argue. It has its flaws, but
there is issues Sarah's has with it. A lot of it began with the frustrations with the grapple system.
That's where everybody has.
D&D grappling sucks.
And
It
people
just,
overhype grappling as a system.
I do think people
It's
overhype
so not
it,
relevant
But I
to-
also do think it also limits some characters'
After,
like expression.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
After
if you
Baldur's
wanted to
Gate,
make
a lot of people realize this shove feature exists.
If you want to make a grappler-focused character, suddenly you're very reliant on that system being good, and it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, the last
It just doesn't scale well compared to other systems.
the last session we had with the group we had for a while, we had to pay microtransaction for armor we would only use in one thing.
Yeah, I
Yikes.
believe it.
Hey, Byron, you were the DM.
Yeah. And we are still at the bottom of that tunnel. We never did get back up.
We never did get back up. We never had another session.
Because we couldn't get enough players together to actually have a session. When it's just me and another player's girlfriend, that's an awkward-ass session.
Yeah, because literally I think the last few sessions we planned, I literally couldn't sleep until late.
Mm-hmm. The last two
I think
sessions
3
you
hours.
were either exhausted or at work. Aragorn was never consistent to begin with, and then Varanor got busy.
Aragorn was consistent the first 3 sessions.
That doesn't count. He wasn't consistent the next 2 years.
Yeah.
I need to get our game table built at some point so we can start doing D&D again. I'm still yet to properly play D&D. I've had a few dabbles with it here and there, but every time we go to start a campaign, it will go for about 2 months, and then something will happen and it'll end up stopping.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, welcome to D&D.
Whereas I've been a DM for probably, let's see, at this point, 24. Okay, it's been 10 years at this point, I think. I think I can safely say I've been DMing for 10 years. And I started with some, like, light systems that were, like, 1 D&D retro systems, and then moved into 5e itself, probably in 2016, 2017, and used that for about 5 years. These days, the only campaign I'm actively running is Scum and Villainy.
Hi.
Yeah, that's you.
Yep.
I tricked Chimu into joining my campaign that I keep trying to get people to join, and I keep making the mistake of trying to invite the friends that I like, all of whom have completely opposite working schedules of how reality works. It's frustrating.
I think that's the problem with trying to play D&D
Not
as
only
an adult.
that.
It's
Well,
just
not
everyone
only
has
that, but
different schedules.
But every time we actually get a session going, we might have half our people.
Well, that was always expected. I purposely had a group of 6 people, expecting I probably wouldn't get more than 3 of them for an average session. But I think 3 is plenty.
Yeah, I'm playing a lawyer.
Yeah.
For one of my characters.
Yep.
That's
a mafia lawyer, to be fair.
She was raised in a mafia, for sure.
And she has a lot of experience defending the mafia in large claims court, among other things.
It's not her fault that her family would make her.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we have fun occasionally, sometimes, debatably.
Literally, the first session was a rival mafia trying to kill my character.
Well, more accurately, a rival mafia trying to prevent a testimony, which happened. It wasn't so much they were trying to kill your character, it's that they didn't want their witness being prosecuted, and you happened to be the easiest way to prevent that. They didn't care about you, you were collateral damage.
You were a pawn on a chessboard that happened to be blocking the king.
Yep, and as a result, we were on our space cruise, on a space cruiser, and the space cruiser got hijacked. What no one ever learned was that the space cruiser was also a front for a third mafia organization. We never got that far in the story because people wanted to know.
I will be right back. Chimu.
Yeah.
Would you be down to do Kingdom 2 Crowns?
I might head to bed soon, but if I don't, yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Right, BOB.
Yep. Whereas I keep doing what I'm doing. Collecting Chiaseer pot shards. I made it to the Dale Lands. I'm retracing... The Lord of the Rings story is over now, so now we get to have the fun part where they went after the books and did more stuff. And so now I'm overdoing Hobbit shit. The book Hobbits, not the character Hobbits.
I will probably end up running a session of some kind of some system eventually. It'll the first one will likely be the boyfriend dungeon one.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Because it's simple, it's easy.
I figured it'd either be that or... I figured it'd either be that or it would be Thirsty Sword Lesbians.
I actually don't know if I have that one.
It's the same company who makes the one we're playing right now, and it's a relatively similar but much simpler system. You're lesbians, and you fight other lesbians in space, and it's your choice whether to fight them or to romance them. I could never DM
I don't have that one.
Yeah, I could never DM it because I just can't. I could roleplay a lesbian if I needed to. I'm not sure I could roleplay every single lesbian. All of them. I don't have that. I feel like the system was designed to be DM'd by a lesbian. To be honest.
I also eventually want to play Apotheosis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, also the same company.
That's gonna be a while before.
Yep.
Because I gotta read the system, and I gotta get a group that actually wants to play it. It wants to play it at least a good.
That's fair.
Maybe not long term, but maybe not short term. And then there is one I have that I would love to play. I gotta read the rules a little more. I would love to play it, and I have people that would love to play it because the class system works like a classic JRPG.
Yep, that makes sense. Those are popular. Or if you even better, have a job system where you can change classes and combo abilities, like FF5, for instance. Or tactics.
Yeah, this one you can't change class, but it basically lists a couple of subclasses that basically is your class. You don't technically have an overarching class.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a mixture of those 2 to 3 classes.
Yep, I was hoping that there were enough shards headed down south, west, but nope, I need to go all the way around the river to go to the southeast. Rude.
Now, I love finding weird RPGs to play.
Yep, I've got a friend or two who do the exact same thing. Allium's one of them, actually.
And then I never get to play them.
Oh yeah, because most people don't enjoy starting random new RPGs, especially if they cost money, because it requires learning a new system, unless the rules are 1 or 2 pages. And that's one of Allium's things, is he collects 1 to 2 page RPG systems oftentimes, such as, I think one of his favorites is, you're a bunch of raccoons driving a race car, so one of you is in charge of the pedals, one of you is in charge of the steering wheel, one of you looks out the windshield, and that's the entire... It's 1 page of RPG rules where you're all raccoons trying to win a race by pressing different buttons on a car.
I love that.
I figure, yeah.
Looks like Humble has a Call of Cthulhu bundle right now.
Yeah.
That's a fun system, too.
I'm not sure I care enough about Call of Cthulhu to get into that. Plus, if I really want to Call of Cthulhu, I can do that really easily by just adding a sanity system to a large number of other systems I already play.
Yeah, just add a sanity system into D&D.
D&D has rules for sanity system in the DM's guide, both the 2014 edition and the 2024 edition. I'm pretty sure I have one. I'm honest, I'm kind of tempted to get the 2024 Dungeon Master Edition from local game store used, just for the Greyhawk campaign content. But I'm not that tempted, and there's other books I want to buy instead. Like how my current goal is absolutely asinine. I want to collect the old Wizards of the Coast Star Wars RPG books. For context, they've never been reprinted, and the cheapest ones go for $50, and the one that I really want, the Knights of the Republic campaign guide, goes for $225 on eBay.
Yeah, that's kind of how Aragorn is. He wants every Lord of the Rings game he can find.
Mm-hmm. And like most
when we
of them
found
are
out
pretty
there was a
easy.
TTRPG, he was sad because
I own the Tabletop RPG
Steam
book.
version didn't have any of the books.
I have the Tabletop RPG,
You know,
both. I have the original 5e version. I have the 2 books physically that they made, the DM's Guide and the Player's Guide. And then I have the One Ring. I have a lot of the campaign content. I think
Yeah.
almost all
The
that they
one
have.
ring to rule them all.
Yep. That's what
I'm gonna slip it onto my...
Yeah, that's the idea. The system was called The One Ring until it got bought up by a new company who just wanted to remake it so that they could make it themselves. So now there's the One Ring Second Edition, and I never liked the One Ring as a system. I thought it was overly bloated in rules about making the game more difficult. Imagine D&D, but the classes sucked more, and the goal was to make getting to the next place a slog. Because everyone remembers their favorite part of Lord of the...
my last D&D campaign.
Everyone remembers their favorite part of Lord of the Rings was the swampy, bog-infested marshes after Breetown, right? You want your entire campaign to be
one
like that.
That makes your movement like 1/4, right?
Yeah. Part of the system includes things such as, if you don't have a ranger class in your party, then you randomly have a chance that you get lost in the wilderness with possibly never finding your way out. You also can't do the 5e version, if you're out in the wilderness, you cannot take a long rest. You can only take a short rest. You can only take a large rest if you're in an appropriate shelter,
Meanwhile,
which means like an inn.
Meanwhile, most D&D camps that I know of, you hit the road to the next town, an X amount of days will pass, and you're in the next town. What did you want to do?
Yep, and occasionally they'll roll for something happening.
Oh yeah, and there's usually accompanied by some like chance to happen dice, especially if it's going to take multiple days, depending on how well you set up your camp between these
I've had
days.
fun running campaigns that were just journey to location, and I added events, but it's because I planned for them, not because I rolled on a random table for, do we go the right direction, and I don't tell the players if they're going the right direction or not.
Or if you're playing a Baron campaign, you'll realize, wait, what? Why does it look all dusty all of a sudden? Oh, it's the time shenanigans, isn't it?
Yeah, that was that campaign world where time shenanigans just kind of happened all the time there.
It made it a lot more interesting, though.
It did. And the only reason it was a thing is it was actually the sequel to a different world that the players had hosted beforehand, where they accidentally created a pocket universe that became the universe because they were hiding it from a dark god, and so it became the new campaign universe. But because of they were amateurs, they kind of fucked up time, and so time doesn't work correctly. And thus it doesn't go straight forward or backwards, basically, like it's supposed to.
That makes a lot of sense with that campaign, actually.
It's also why the moon of that world is shaped like a D20 die, because they used in-game a D20 die as the moon of the pocket universe. And so the D20 die is an important religious and cultural symbol in a lot of religions in that world. Which I thought was funny.
I would love to at some point.
I remember Baron tried running a Lord of the Rings campaign.
Yes.
It lasted a total of 1 session.
2. It lasted 2 sessions. The character
That's
creation
right, it was
session
2.
and 1 proper session. and then I reconvene with most of the same players and a couple new ones. And that's the space campaign.
Love.
And we're doing space campaign.
I would love to run a Legend of Zelda themed
Ooh, that would be
campaign
fun.
at some point.
If I remember right, they're making a Legend of Zelda TTRPG, right?
Not that I'm aware. They're making a movie, but there's no announcement I'm aware of a TTRPG.
I've not heard.
I heard
of a
one
TTRPG.
There are a bunch of fan
or was
ones.
being made. Yeah, I think it's one of the fan made ones.
Reclaim the Wild.
Yeah,
it seems like is the first thing that came up.
Yeah, Reclaim the Wild.
Yeah, probably.
Available on itch.io. It's a freely distributed because if they can't sell anything Zelda. Open-ended. There's a random table for races and everything. They are heavily inspired by the Wild, so the weather's a problem.
Okay. Yeah, so that I might actually bookmark that because that's kind of the system I was going to use.
And then you roll on the table and suddenly all you can say is "ha ha ha."
And apparently one of their goals is to make sure combat is quick because it's Zelda.
Yeah.
Yay, my favorite part of RPGs. And a quest line that says, head back to town, and then come back.
Objective survive.
Oh, god damn it, it's all the way down by Lake Town.
Fast travel.
You can, to be fair, there are fast travel locations, but the games become more reliant on the ability to instantly travel to locations that are done. It costs a measly 50 cents per fast travel. Real life cents. Many players have reported spending hundreds of dollars just to fast travel when they're leveling up alt number 20. I'm on my first character, and this will probably be my only character, so I don't mind as much. I have no interest in getting a 20 characters to level cap and then grinding them all at once.
Kind of glad Final Fantasy doesn't have this system. It just costs Jill, which is the in-game currency.
Yep.
And it only costs up to 500 Jill, depending on how far you're traveling.
Specifically,
it's only
fast travel
100 to 500 Jill. And trust me,
you've recently
just by
fast traveled.
completing the main story quest, I'm only halfway through the first expansion.
Oh yeah.
And I already have almost 1 million Jill. I can just fast travel all over the place just for the funnies.
To be fair, I have a ton of return skills, and then those are free if you have them. You usually just unlock them by playing the game. And then there's fast travel between towns, and that only costs gold. The stuff that does not cost gold is you can instantly teleport to a quest marker or to a person that's a quest giver. And as long as you have that quest, that's what costs real life money. And that's what I have never spent any real life
Meanwhile,
money.
people playing Final Fantasy, just buying all their weapon skins and all that.
Yep, I've never spent any money on cosmetics because I think the stuff the game gives you is pretty good. I've got some great costumes. Here. This is my I forgot I was wearing my fancy clothes because I went to a dinner party. But I've got all kinds of other classy uniforms, like this. Or like this. Or like this. Or like that. Or like this. Yes, these and this are very similar, I understand. But my favorite is probably this. This is the You Are a Slave Trapped in Isengard costume, and I have decided I wear it frequently to just be like, yep, this is my costume now. Look at those sexy abs. Look at those sexy elf abs.
And my only issue with Final Fantasy 14 is once you buy the game, you have to pay the $15 a month.
Yep. There's no way to go back to free. Yeah, once you're paying and once you're on the second expansion, you are required to keep paying to keep playing. Your account is no longer free.
It's just once you buy the game, you're required to keep playing.
Yeah.
You keep paying, and then
What would you?
if you ever let it lapse, you're like, oh, well, I guess I can't play now.
Good lord. Where is this fucker? Get on my war steed to ride out of town as fast as possible.
My gas almost finished boiling.
The war steed system is definitely one of the most half-baked in the game, probably because they never really do anything with it after Rohan. But it exists, and at least it's fast.
Makes sense, though.
The problem with compared to the normal, like if you see my steering like this, whereas if you compare the normal horse, which has the same movement and momentum as your character, just faster. This was designed to be the combat horse, and it kind of doesn't work because the game has a major problem: lag. You're just you're going way too fast. Oh no, I've been ambushed.
Yeah, Aragorn got me into that for a minute. We were playing D&D online for a minute.
Which is the same company, actually.
It's the same company, and you can tell by the graphics.
I'm back. What was...
The graphics are
D&D
literally...
Online.
I've only ever used tabletop.
No, like, it's an MMO. D&D Online is an MMO.
MMO. Like, a genuine
right.
MMO. Like,
It's
like Lord of the Rings Online. It looks basically similar.
The big difference is Lord of the Rings Online is more of an open world narrative game, whereas D&D Online is you go into dungeons and then return to a central hub.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then while you're trying to go and get something else, you get mugged.
Yeah, sounds about right. I like mugging.
By
I am
another
British.
player.
Yeah, I am the British.
Yeah, we know you're the British.
I do like stealing people's things and then claiming them to be mine.
Yeah.
The Brit.
Oh, why do you think we're... I mean, what do you...
British History Museum. Mwah.
I mean... why do you think we toss tea into the ocean?
Because of tax purposes.
Yeah.
And some other shit. And it's become a kind of national pride thing, and it's part of why coffee is so big in American culture.
I always say that to Ari because, like, it's one of the funnier FUs we ever did to the UK.
I find it funny as well because I don't like tea, but I will drink shit tons of coffee.
Yeah, and all you drink is instant coffee, but you can't get much else over there. Unless you go to, like, the actual coffee shop.
Yeah,
this dude
instant
wants to
coffee.
stab me.
Instant coffee.
There's a reason you guys actually have to have good tasting coffee.
But yeah, we have actually decent instant coffee, so it doesn't taste like dog water.
Yeah.
Because most of us don't want to buy a coffee maker. Because why would we buy another coffee maker? We already have an electric kettle.
And why do you think I have a kettle? Because I like both coffee and tea. And all it costs me is a little space in my cupboard, and all I get is, I get both. Because the room in my cupboard goes to my pour-over coffee. Which, we actually need to buy new.
I've already sent you how hard it is to get just grounded coffee beans here. Oh no, not grounded coffee beans. I've already shown you how hard it is to get loose tea here. All of our tea's
Yeah,
bad.
that was loose tea.
Yeah. How, if
I
you want loose tea, you either have to pay £6 for 250 grams, or you have to buy online from a specialist tea place.
Or you buy it from your local tea dealer. You just gotta go to your local noble's house and then you can buy it there.
Just remember you have some when the tea alarm goes off.
Yeah, and then you gotta sit there and wait 30 minutes for your water to boil.
What do you mean our water boils in 2 minutes? If that.
That's because of your fancy electric kettle.
Why do you interrupt me?
I'm sorry we're not living in the 80s. That's mean.
Damn.
Oh no, if we were living in the 80s, we'd have
I was saying
we'd only have
1800s.
percolating coffee machines.
I was talking about 1800.
If it was the 1800s, we wouldn't have coffee.
No, this is
No.
the best money I ever spent in the game. Was the like $10 to reduce the fast travel skill from the default hour down to 5 minutes. That was a good spend.
That would be a good thing.
$10 to yeah. I've used that skill probably like this. It's per individual travel skill, but I've returned to this hometown probably 8 times this stream, and I could not possibly have done that without that cooldown.
Oh, you would have been like, oh, no, I gotta go back.
Mm-hmm. It's probably saved me over half an hour of walking today, and over the course of my playtime, easily over 100 hours of travel.
It sounds like a lot of money sink.
It is, but it's not nearly that bad. I've probably put maybe $70 in this game, and I've also probably put over 1,000 hours into this game. Bang for your buck, I'm fine. The people who are the whales are the people who buy into the premium housing system. I did the math, and just to fill up your premium house and buy one and maintain it, to maintain it, you need to be a VIP paid member per month, and that's already, depending on how you pay for it, $10 to $15 a month. And then each individual house requires premium housing writs, which even when not on sale, or even on sale, the cheapest houses are about $70 in game.
Yikes.
And the most expensive are about $130, $140. And there are people who own entire villages, entire towns of these things. The whales own thousands of dollars of in-game premium housing to store and show off all their shit. Whereas I have a single house that I just realized I should probably pay upkeep for before it goes away. Maintenance. Oh yeah. 20 months, or 20, let's do that. Current lockout date is December 9th. Let's update that to April 22nd. Whereas my kin's house that I'm part of is a premium house, so I cannot update the maintenance for it.
To be fair, I hear you spend all this money on this game, but then again, I'm the same with iRacing.
Yep.
Oh my god, iRacing is expensive.
I probably spent the same amount of money on Europa, which I have 2,000 hours in, and I've spent way less than I could have because I got most of the DLC in a Humble Bundle.
Yeah.
I've never bought anything for that game not on sale.
iRacing is it's essentially an MMO, but for sim racing.
Yep.
So I pay a $15 monthly subscription fee, bearing in mind that I have to buy the cars and tracks separately, which a track is like $12 and a car is another $15.
Mm-hmm.
So it adds up very quickly.
And that's like that's like an FS14 subscription every like day.
I mean, it's not helped either with the fact that because iRacing is an American company, all the transactions are done in US dollars. And where the value of the pound has fallen recently, it's actually like unintentionally made that even more expensive.
Yep. You gotta love it. It's why Steam's constantly adjusting their prices internationally whenever they can.
Yeah.
This is my completed quest log. 6,711
So I can
completed
still
quests.
vaguely remember when the pound was almost worth $2. Like it was like everything was half price when compared to what it was in dollars. Now it's
meanwhile, almost
now
all
it's
of us
like-
Americans are complaining about inflation here now.
Now it's like scarily close to 1-to-1.
I love hearing Americans complain about inflation, and then when I tell them, do you really think that the American president controls inflation in other countries too? They're like, no, it's not as bad as here. And it's like, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Or they just pretend that other countries don't matter because it only matters what's here, and it's clearly Biden's fault.
It's clearly our president.
I'm not a fan of Biden, but there are...
To be fair, for once our inflation isn't because of the US, it's because of the the decision to Brexit, followed by the immediately poor decision of the
The fulfillment of
COVID-19
justice
situation.
has not yet
Yep.
run its course.
Speaking of, are we gonna play Plague Inc?
I can boot up Plague Inc. That would be funny. I've already played
Yeah,
Plague Inc. with you.
I'm gonna make the bubonic plague.
Oh, and kill 1/3 of Europe again.
No, I'm gonna kill them all.
Yeah. I didn't think it was 1/3. I think it was closer to 2/3 of Europe died. It was a lot of Europe. got
Information
wiped
said
out by
as
that fight.
much as half, but as little as a third.
I know the Spanish influenza took a good chunk as well.
Well, you have to say, nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
At this
This
point,
is the
they absolutely...
influenza, not the Inquisition.
Everyone expects it at this point because no one will shut up about Monty Python.
Not even that.
Even though
Everyone
he's a piece of
expected
shit.
it because they were legally required to tell you that they would be visiting. The whole surprise visits is a complete and utter myth.
Yep, it's entirely based on one transphobic piece of shit who thought he was funny.
Yep. I love... specifically BBC TV writers.
But Monty Python's
yes.
especially a problem because thanks to cultural zeitgeist, I heard every single joke in that movie so many times before I watched it. When I watched the movie, I realized there wasn't a single line I hadn't heard before. I always wondered how the movie ended because I'm like, oh, there must be something funny at the end, right? Oh. That explains it. That's why no one talks about the ending, because there is none.
Yep.
Stupid movie.
Oh, stupid movies. There's multiple of them.
I never watched anything other than Holy Grail. And I didn't feel inclined to watch any
Good
others.
Life of Brian or whatever it was isn't too bad. I mean, there's still a lot of jokes that don't fly today.
No. And even then...
That's a lot of comedy TV from the 80s and 90s. There's a lot of those jokes just
A lot
don't
of
work now.
a lot of the older UK jokes in general just don't hit.
And then the problem is...
A lot of them are very specific to that time.
A lot of comedians complain they
general,
can't be funny anymore. It's like, no, you just can't be an asshole. And it's always funnier to punch up than to punch down. That's what they don't get.
Yeah.
It's not funny when you beat up a child. It's really funny when you beat up a cop. Or a politician. Everyone loves making fun of politicians.
The general rule to comedy is you've either got to punch up, or you got to make fun of a minority you're actively a part of.
Yes, it's you're either punching up or you're making fun of yourself. Those are the two things.
Yeah.
Yes, I know the elves marched on Dol Guldur. I was one of those elves. I was part of the march on Dol Guldur. I was there when it was destroyed.
Oh yeah, I think another reason I stopped playing Lord of the Rings Online is like, not long after we started playing, that entire Discord just kind of fell apart.
Aragorn's, you mean?
Is this also the Lord of the Rings
Yeah,
server that I was meant to
that
join?
specific one.
Oh, the Minecraft server, that disaster.
I was meant to join that, and then I never heard anything of it.
Because
it's like, oh yeah,
the
it's
person who...
out.
Did you hear why...
It's a different Minecraft server.
Oh, a different one than that one?
Oh.
It's not the one that Gabo basically slaved away at. No, this was one that already existed, and they literally told Aragorn he can't beat Aragorn, so he stopped that.
And he decided he didn't want to be the game no more.
Yep.
Sounds
He
like...
was like, okay, I'm not playing anymore. They literally banned him from getting a role at all.
Which reminds me of how one of the reasons he doesn't like playing Lord of the Rings Online is because he can't name his character any of the Aragorn variants. Because they're all locked to the character of Aragorn.
That is both got to be the best and worst reasons of naming yourself after a fictional character. It's like, yes, it's great because like you show your love for this character and all of that, but then it's like it's awful because like any bit of media that character's actually in, you've got to suffer for that.
Yeah. To be fair, if you were, for example, playing a single-player one, you can change your name of your character. A lot of them still allow it, but yeah, multiplayer games in general are never going to.
I have the unfortunate thing, again, coming back to League of Legends, of my username is REK. Ari is a character in the game that I do play a lot of. The amount of people that think I'm a Smurf account because I'm named after the character in the game, it's like, no, my name just happens to be Ari. Like, leave me alone.
Whereas my advantage is that Galactic Baron is almost never taken. The only place it's ever been taken was Gmail, where I was unfortunately
I've only
forced to
had
be
my
very
name be taken once.
Not bad.
And it
I've
was
had my
my
name
old
taken
name.
a few times, so I just changed the number of eyes depending on if it's been taken or not.
This was the game back in the day. I don't even remember what it is. But literally, it was the old name I used to go by. Before COVID.
Yeah.
Like, this is like a couple years before COVID. I had gotten that name everywhere, but like a few places.
And yeah, mine's the same one I've been using for, I think, 11 years now.
Bryn, attend to me, then I speak.
Mine obviously changed when I changed my name, but the origin of the username has existed ever since I created my Xbox 360 Live account.
That sounds right.
Because it was the first ever time I was like, wait, I have to like
You
come up with a
recognize this manner
unique
of toy?
username. I don't know what to do.
And meanwhile, I'm just over here teasing Ari now.
Yeah,
Sounds right.
you do just tease me.
Do you know in what forest snakewood grows?
Cue you sending the gif that you keep sending me over and over again.
She misses the point.
What, you don't like it?
I didn't say that. I'm just calling you out.
Tall.
And I'm calling you out too.
If I open this message and it's what I think it
He
is,
swore
I'm
to
gonna call
me.
you cringe.
He swore.
Oh, okay, it's not the one I thought it was. Okay. You live today.
What do you mean? We're in here with Baron. There is no living.
This would have gone.
There's
better
only
if
time
you
travel.
heard her out. All the kingdoms touched by our roads are not strangers but kin.
Okay, so the moral of this storyline is that the kid's a little shit. Got it.
I've been tempted to get back into Rift, but like, one of those games that gotta have people to play with.
A good day to you.
Just because, like, you don't always want to go dungeon crawling
There's
with
hope
people you
yet,
don't
if
know.
all I hear is true.
Mm-hmm.
And half the game is dungeon crawling.
Yeah. I'm at the point now where if the game is just a dungeon crawler, I'm like, kinda don't care. at this point.
We had a Minecraft
This-
mod pack, which was just basically a dungeon crawler, and if you couldn't get a friend to do it with you, it was just so boring.
Mhm.
Yeah. I find a couple.
Which is the point, I still need to decide what mod pack I want to pick. Or a Minecraft server with you, Chimu.
There's lots of them.
I could
There
give
is
you
a
the
lot
mod
of them.
pack my friends made. It's only 120 individual mods crammed together into one monstrosity.
I might be able to fit that on a virtual server.
I'm gonna try looking into that, but I'm not the host, so they're looking into paid servers. And by my estimate, it probably would need to be like a 6 gigabytes RAM one.
Mm. I host my own service
Oh yeah,
now.
you mentioned you did on Ubuntu.
I always recommend, if you think it needs 6, go 8.
No, I think it needs 4. That's why I'm going 6.
Yeah.
As a minimum,
news do you bring,
usually
traveler?
put on 2 gigabytes more than the mod pack creator recommends.
The creator is a 17-year-old child. I am in charge of deciding what the correct answer is, apparently. And I won't even be playing on the fucking server, because I don't care.
I'm the person that, if I'm playing Stellar, I'm going 12 gig.
I don't, because Java has this really interesting quirk where if you supply it too much RAM, it runs like shit.
Yep. Which is why a lot of servers artificially cap the RAM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, will gladly sell you more.
My vanilla Minecraft server is a virtual machine that is only allowed 4 gigabytes of RAM,
Damn.
of which I've also limited Minecraft down to only use 3 of that 4 gigabytes of RAM.
Makes sense.
Well met.
Because it's only going to have like a handful of people on it, and it's vanilla Minecraft. It doesn't need that many resources to run.
No, you can run vanilla Minecraft off like 2.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's just vanilla, you can get no problem. But this is a group of people that is not interested in playing vanilla and insists that they need to play with, like, Feed the Beast, Tinker's Workshop, etc., 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 etc.
Actually, a mod pack I've been wanting to try out, speaking of Feed the Beast, is Space Race. I want the rockets. I want to go to the moon.
I don't know most mod packs all that well. Like I said, I haven't played Minecraft in a while. The only reason I really keep up with it is because my brother develops mod packs. And
Every time I've tried to develop a mod pack, well, apart from like 2 of them that I've made, everyone has been involved, and he
wants Lord of the Rings ones.
No, because that's not updated.
Oh, yeah, right.
That's the only reason it doesn't want it on every mod pack. No, he's like, oh, you want something for storage? Well, it doesn't go with a theme.
Yep. Oh, yeah, you remember you mentioning that was his big thing, is he has a storyline in mind and wants it to work.
I think Galacticraft is the actual name of the mod pack.
Oh, that I have heard of, yes.
Yeah. But I would love to play that style of mod pack. Just like you build a space rocket and you go to space.
I think I've seen a couple where you start in space and you have to survive from there and get back to the planet.
Yeah, I'm not too fussed about those. I want specifically like you would almost like have different groups of people. You would go off in like smaller groups, create a base, create your rocket in your base, and then like see which one of you could can get to the moon.
Yeah, one I was developing with Aragorn at one point ran mostly off vampirism as a base, and he would complain because like I like having something like AE2 or refined storage for easy storage that is in a central spot.
Yeah.
And he was like, no, that doesn't go with the theme. I'm like, you realize not a lot of people like having a huge storage, right? It's like, but people like showing off all their stuff in their chest. I'm like,
speak then.
Shimu likes talking about Aragorn, if you hadn't noticed.
Yeah, I've kind of got that vibe now.
All is well, and yet not all.
It's fine, 'cause
Baron
usually it's teasing me, so this is a nice change of pace.
Baron is one of those people who has actually met him and knows.
Yes.
I played games with him before.
Yeah,
That's
no,
how
it's
I
how
met-
he can be.
That was the funny. I think Aragorn officially. I first met Aragorn because he was watching me play Medieval Total War on stream.
Forgive my poor opinion.
That
I
would
jo-
not surprise me.
And then I joined the Discord and I volunteered to be the DM, and that's how I got introduced to the community.
And that's where we are now.
Yep.
Yeah, you joined like right as we were talking about starting a D&D campaign anyway, and I was already going to make one.
And then I said, "Oh, I can do that
But-
without any effort." And
Well,
it's
it
true.
wasn't
I never
just
played
that,
anything.
it wasn't just that. It was like half the people wouldn't even want to make a character for anything I would make.
Mm-hmm. Because Chimu, I think, had a world in mind,
I did.
whereas my usual strategy is no strategy.
Well, I learned from that I did best with improv,
Yep.
and there's a lot of people that just don't like improv and D&D. I'm like, you realize improv is literally half the game.
It can be, but I've played with people who don't improv and still have fun. It's making sure that you're playing with enough people and people who are still having fun. And
Yeah.
making sure that the game is adapted to their style.
Yeah, I mean, I've told you my entire gripe about my last D&D campaign.
Oh yeah.
I'm
we are
not gonna go into.
I talk about all kinds of shit on stream. We are not talking about that on stream. Because I
No.
don't want anything said by accident that definitely shouldn't be.
Yeah, no, especially with the recent stuff that we found.
Yeah, like I said, we're just done. Nope.
We're done with that.
Moving on.
We're not going into that.
We can talk about something way more interesting, like who's your other character in this Common Villainy campaign? Besides the
Oh.
lawyer. Because isn't there also the pilot?
She's the pilot. The
Oh,
lawyer
okay.
is.
The lawyer's also the pilot, got it.
Yeah, the mystic is well, I haven't completely decided a background for her, but I know one thing is she has an inkling for alcohol.
Mm-hmm. Making it, drinking it, selling it.
You know.
I have a friend who works as a wine seller where alcohol has become a big part of her life, not just because she drinks it, but because she really enjoys learning about it, where it's made, what the culture is like around it, etc., etc. Because that's just what she does now. She is a professional... I almost said professional alcoholic. Professional alcohol commerce individual.
Nah, professional,
Hey,
professional alcoholic.
Yeah.
A connoisseur.
Yep. There we go. Connoisseur. Oh, what's the button? No, it's not that. Which is the button that makes everyone's name appear on their ads?
Yeah, there's a lot of MMOs I want to play, but then I'm like, I don't have time, and some of them cost money, and I don't have storage for the others.
It's N. There we go. There we go. That's what I needed.
Like, not D&D, Lord of the Rings Online is like 40 gig.
Yep. Unfortunately.
I
I have 2.5 terabytes of space, so it's not as big a deal to me.
I have like 3 terabytes, but I also have a lot of games and other things on my computer.
Yeah.
Like recently, I've also been recording my streams, and that gets very big when you're recording all of your Elden Ring play.
That's why I don't keep them. I will keep them long enough until I upload them to YouTube, and then I delete them. If I ever need them, I know where they are.
I would do that, but I also like want to do a little bit of editing, just edit out like
Yeah.
the
When I did it, I would keep the recorded video, but only until I finished editing.
Oh,
as
yeah.
soon as I like exported the edit, I can just get rid of the.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I keep them up until I've watched them on YouTube to make sure that they worked out correctly. And since I upload them at 3 p.m. every single day, I can then check in on them the next day.
Yeah, it was funny. I think the last comment I have on YouTube is still from you, being like, it was interesting to see your side of Vampire Survivor.
To realize, oh, if the frame rate was bad on my end, it was worse on your end.
Yeah, I think that's just from how
Steam
yeah,
play works.
It would be nice to have actual online play, but it makes sense that it doesn't.
Yep.
Because it's an indie dev, and he probably doesn't want to deal with all that.
It's not so much deal with it as it would be a lot of expense to develop, and yeah, he's still one dude making a $5 game.
Yeah.
Alright, Baron, did you hear about the disaster that was the Risk of Rain 2 DLC?
I heard that it was a disaster. Mock told me. I did not hear more details.
I was talking with Mock. That's right. I forgot I was talking with him and they chat about it.
Yep.
Yeah, they literally, so they reworked some of the code.
Yeah.
And now half of the things in the game that before would have just worked perfectly fine
Don't.
now go based off the frame rate.
Mm-hmm.
Including monster spawn.
Yeah.
And movement.
Ooh, why? Like, didn't we learn anything from the GameCube?
Frame rate based movement. Let's go. Bum, 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 bum.
Like, that's what broke the port of Tales of Symphonia, was that they kept everything frame rate locked for a while, and boom, fuck your game.
Yep.
And they had to go actually put effort into it.
The thing is, it was perfectly fine before this DLC.
I know.
But with the DLC releasing, it introduced the new code.
POV, you are a Nintendo GameCube developer that doesn't know what Delta time is.
So what you just repeated yourself. You're a Nintendo GameCube developer. All 12 of them, most of whom work for Nintendo because the GameCube, despite popular belief, was not the best console of all time. Shut the hell up.
I argue with the PS2.
I'll give GameCube credit. It was better than the N64. Holy crap, that console pisses me off.
I think the GameCube was more powerful than the PS2. The issue is that
it was easier to develop games for both the PS2 and the
PS2
Xbox.
was also a DVD player.
It's the advantage Sony's had for their first 3 consoles. The PlayStation 1 was a CD player, the PlayStation 2 was a DVD player, and the PlayStation 3 was a Blu-ray player.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally, a lot of people got PS3s because it was...
That's the reason my dad got one, yeah.
Yeah.
Was half the price was a Blu-ray player at the time.
He doesn't
But
own
the
a single
PS3 was bad for most of the time because it was really expensive.
It was because it was
and hard to develop for.
It was a cheap Blu-ray player, but it was an expensive game console. And as a result, it's the only time that that and how popular the Wii was, it's the only time Sony did not win the console war for its generation.
Yeah.
Because the PlayStation 1, 2, 4, and 5 were the best-selling console of the generation. Switch is weird.
Yeah, and then you got the PS5 Pro now.
Yeah, well, that's the same generation.
It's not released yet, but...
It's the same generation. It's still PlayStation 5.
Yeah, but it's also $800.
I know, I'm just
Nintendo's
saying.
seemingly...
It's $800 without disk drive and without support time.
Meanwhile, Nintendo have moved solely to handhelds, and Xbox have bowed out of the consoles market entirely.
I want to say they bowed out entirely, but give it a generation or two and they will, yeah.
No, they've announced that the Xbox One X is that's it. That's the last console.
When did they announce that?
Yeah,
the Series X.
They announced this I want to say half a year ago now. They've said they're not making another console.
I have
They're
not.
gonna focus exclusively on PC Game Pass. I could have sworn this has been announced.
Yeah, I keep up with gaming news like that.
I didn't hear anything about that.
No, there's no. There were rumors of. Yeah, that's what I thought. There were rumors of that from within Microsoft,
rumors, right,
and then
okay.
Microsoft said, "We are not going to announce anything at this time." And most people agree that it was just based on rumors, based on my grandfather who works at Microsoft said. But nothing was announced.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, my guess is they're gonna at least go to the next generation.
Either way, I wouldn't be surprised.
We wouldn't be surprised.
And next generation is gonna
because-
look even more like a mini fridge.
Microsoft have been not doing well with consoles, but have done exceptionally well with Game Pass sales.
Which is a problem because they're losing a lot of money on Game Pass sales. They make money in the first place when it starts, and then it's all downhill from there.
Yeah. So I can see them completely ditching the console market to go after the Game Pass.
I mean, it's
completely see them do
more
that.
than Google Stadia ever did.
Yeah, the real thing is getting into the console market and now is hard. If all you're trying to do is compete with the existing big names, the companies who've been successful with it are the companies who do something else.
I think the Stadia was ahead of its time.
It
was trying to do game streaming before anywhere had good enough internet to make game streaming a reality.
I'd say the other problem was it was made by the wrong company.
They also only had certain games that would run on.
Oh, yeah. I'd say that part of the problem was also that it was made by Google, who is the wrong company to start this. There are plenty of startups or even tech companies who could have definitely made it work. Google wasn't that company.
And now we have NVIDIA Shield.
Yeah, well, they've made consoles before. Not good ones, but they've made them.
I hope these Easterlings leave soon.
But it's not only that. There are some that are up and coming, but the market's just not there quite yet.
Here we are then.
It's a market,
all
but the
we will
market's
need in the is soon, in like 20 years' time, all we'll need is a small mini PC to run any game.
In theory, but keep in mind, a PC is always going to be harder to set up for the average person. Especially because, let's be real, there's a specific gaming market that absolutely crushes all of these.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm saying a mini PC.
Well, no, do you know which market that is? What's the actual best-selling gaming market?
It's the mobile market.
It's the mobile market. All of the current best-selling games are mobile games in India and China.
This stat will blow your mind, but did you know that if you go by average... the average people that play games, the average gamer is a middle-aged woman.
That doesn't blow my mind.
Because of Facebook games.
Correct. I knew that stat, so it doesn't blow my mind, so yeah, no offense.
Yeah. It kind of took me by shock when I first heard of it, and then I thought about it, and it's like, no, that actually makes perfect sense. Yeah.
I've been keeping up with game industry news for a long time.
Hey, Ma, you gotta play Farmville.
My mother is part of the ecosystem, my aunt is, and I see all the people that she interacts with, and it's almost exclusively her and her friends playing shitty versions of other games that are good.
Yeah.
But none of them are interested in getting Steam to get Farmville because there's no social aspect to Farmville in their minds. In their minds, being able to share on your timeline and get help with your farms, the day that my aunt was just like, not enough people play Farmville anymore. I'm asking them to help give me the plants that I need, and they're just not doing it, and it's so hard now.
Yeah.
Whereas the only Facebook game I ever played there was briefly a Lord of the Rings license game I played, and then they lost the license and it became a Robin Hood game, and I never played it again.
I used to play a supermarket game, but not very often.
Yep.
And it was a lot of it fell on, if you don't have friends that are going to actively scour your wall in order to help you with tasks,
Yep.
good luck.
Yeah, because those games are
It's the
reliant on everyone
entirety
playing
of
them.
Facebook gaming at the time.
Facebook gaming is just the wrong ecosystem for me. My preferred ecosystem is playing a game by myself on my home console. Which is why I have
By
a
that he
Switch
means
and a Steam Deck.
playing older Nintendo games.
Nintendo and PlayStation 2, yes. You're playing retro stuff, if not emulation.
I love playing retro
I need to
games
play.
because the
Eventually
enjoyment
I need to get-
the enjoyment of retro games goes back to the whole point of games these days are just too big. They're just too long.
That's
Well,
why
not
you
only
just
that-
play indie games. They basically have filled that niche
Oh
now.
yeah, I do prefer indie games for this reason. It's mainly the AAA market that I'm talking about here. It's like,
Oh, yeah.
I
please
haven't bought.
stop
I haven't
chasing
bought
these
a
like
AAA
300+ hour like long story campaigns. Just give me a 15-hour game, I'll be happy. Promise.
I haven't really played an actual AAA game in a long.
The last one I played would definitely, depending on your opinion, either be Tears of the Kingdom or Octopath Traveler. Arguably, Lord of the Rings Online is technically AAA because it was developed by Warner Brothers Gaming and is currently owned by some other company. Who owns Standing Stone Games anyway?
If I was to have it a guess, if
It's
you go
not
far
Embracer
enough up
Group.
the,
It is not
if you go
Embracer Group.
high enough up the ownership tree, it's probably Tencent.
Nope. You're right, it is one of those companies. It's, that's what it is. EG7.
Yeah.
Who
They're
is,
technically-
one of those companies.
A lot of the big game studios now, if you look at like their
Oh, yeah.
holding companies and then who owns their holding companies, it's like, oh, it's
go back to
it's
EG7 is
Tencent.
a-
Oh, look at that. Who's surprised?
Swedish tech companies have become a big thing. Venture capital firm type stuff. That's what Embracer does. That's what EG7 is. They're just holding games based out of Stockholm that buy video game companies.
Embracer is sad because they have
Yeah.
a lot of games that we want to sequel to, right?
Yeah, I forget. Does EG7 own Paradox, or they just developed it?
It's like if you're an online company based in the United States, there's a good chance Alphabet have their fingers in your pie.
Yep. And if you're in Japan, Toyota's one of the big ones, among others.
Mitsubishi too.
Yep. A lot of
And
the big tech companies.
Subaru.
Yeah, because all the companies we think are car companies in the U.S. are actually just tech companies that aren't allowed to be too much in the U.S. because the rules. Don't get me wrong, I hate large companies. But let's be real, the only reason they're kept out is because of pettiness and xenophobia, not because people care about capitalism. Be a problem.
Yeah.
Yay, I've killed 6 people. Oh, sorry, scared away 6 people with my swords. My very scary swords.
I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do on Steam sometime.
On one time?
I've been kind of tempted to restart Evoland and play that on stream.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I have like 4 hours in. I'm not that far.
Yep, and it's not too long on an RPG, comparatively.
Unlike the Final Fantasy series, even the NES one is
I
long.
still have to finish Final Fantasy X on my PS2 sometime.
Yeah, my goals to finish are I've beaten 5 and 6 now. I want to beat 4, 9, and 10. But I'm not planning on getting much in the newer ones. I got halfway into 12 and said, I can tell when the game just changed focus from being a political narrative to a generic Final Fantasy game. I would love to play Tactics if they put it on any platform that exists. That's modern.
I like Type 0.
Fair.
It's a unique kind of combat
Yep.
compared to some of the others.
Yes, yes.
It's not like a unique combat. It's unique combat in a Final Fantasy game.
Yeah. And as a result, it's relatively more popular than it might have been because of the Final Fantasy item.
Yeah, 14 is the only Final Fantasy I've touched.
Fair. And it has enough of so many others at this point.
Speak then.
Before I played 10, I had 10-2 for years. And I don't remember how far I got to 10-2 before I ever... I only got 10 more recently, like last year or the year before.
Yep. My experience with 10 is weird because I played it. My ex was trying to play through it, and I mostly jumped in to help her in the really tough spots or to do the level up system with her. And then she stopped, I think, around the second to last boss because it was just too much for her, and I didn't know the game system well enough to beat it. Now my goal is to go back and actually play the game, but I have no interest in 100% beating it. I'll leave that for insane people. And then I've heard good things about 9, but from what I've read also, the Steam version needs some patching and modding to actually be reasonable. In particular,
like
I
any
learned...
modern Bethesda game.
Specifically, what I've read that really bothers me is how long it takes to start fights. Not just like loading screens, but like the before combat animations. I've seen them. I'm like, holy crap! And I did the math, and if I didn't get a mod that cuts those down, probably could save about 10 hours of gameplay across every single fight.
Yo.
And that's ridiculous.
I'm glad
Yeah, and when you have 10,
and Dorinian are taking well to
a lot of people say 10 is when it started getting bad.
It depends on who you talk to. The main one I've heard isn't 10, it's 10-2.
Yeah, that's what I've heard is 10.
And do you know why that's happened? Do you know what the big change that happened between 10 and 10-2 was?
No, go on.
Square being acquired by Enix and becoming Square Enix. Final Fantasy X was the final Square game / Squaresoft game, and 10-2 was the first Final Fantasy game published by Square Enix.
Yeah, Square Enix used to be that name that you would know because they would produce good games.
Yep. The merger in 2003 formed Square Enix with Enix as the surviving corporate entity. And Enix is most well known for the Dragon Quest franchise. Which is why they were the bigger deal, because Dragon Quest has always been the bigger franchise. They were also publisher for Star Ocean and Tomb Raider.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanna play through more Kingdom Hearts again.
I don't. Yeah, what's weird is Square was the more successful entity because of Final Fantasy X and Kingdom Hearts came out in 2001, 2002. The merger was 2003 when NX was weaker than it usually was and Square was stronger than usual. NX is still the corporate entity, and now we're there. NX's final 2 published titles were a Star Ocean game and a Dragon Quest Monsters game.
Yep, and Square hasn't made like a proper game in a while.
Yeah, that's because their development very much... It didn't slow down. They made a lot more spin-offs, and they've made more weird games. See, what's it called? What's that one that Yuji Naka worked on? Ballo? Yeah, damn, I can't remember. Balan's Wonderworld, that's what it was. The game that put Yuji Naka in prison for insider trading. Because, yeah. It turns out there's a lot of insider trading at Square Enix.
Yippee? Question marked? Love insider trading.
Well, remember, in the United States, insider trading is legal as long as you're from the government. But they only don't like it when it's a company doing it, and even then, they do it all the time.
That's something I didn't expect.
What do you not expect?
Remember, it's only a law if the
Apparently, Square Enix is now the publisher of Power Wash Simulator.
Yeah, that's why that's why it's not really an indie game anymore, and why they got such big branding deals like Shrek.
SpongeBob.
Yeah.
Remember, a law is only a law if it's A, enforced, and B, you get caught.
It's still a law. It's just it's a toothless law. A law only matters if it's enforced and you get caught. Is I think the best way of phrasing it.
Yeah.
As some people like to say, it's not a crime if you get caught, if you don't get caught. But it is.
Yeah, it's still a
Just
law if you don't get
I
caught,
will
but it's
hear
not a
your
crime
words.
if you don't get caught,
Will you hear
arguably.
mine?
Yeah, you just didn't get caught.
Yeah.
I will
This
hear
time.
your words. Will you
But
hear
it's also
mine?
not a crime if you get caught, but you can afford to avoid it anyway. So the other point of, it's not a
the
fine,
amount
it's a
of-
price tag.
Yeah.
And do you know why that
I-
is?
Hate
Because
that.
it's
they
against
care
the
more
law.
about the funding than they do actually
Yep.
persecuting the offender.
And at least in the US, it's against the law to have any kind of individual factors weighing on how much a fine can cost. Like, I know in Norway and Italy and other countries, Switzerland, they're working with the idea of parking and speeding tickets that cost more money if you're wealthier, because they realize that a $50 doesn't really stop, what's it called? Really rich people speeding. But $150,000 sure did. Jemai, thank you for the raid. So what you're up to today? We're talking about speeding tickets.
International laws.
And why the most expensive speeding ticket ever, I believe, was either Italy or Finland. I forget which country it was, but it was like $150,000 to some dude in his Lamborghini. And he's like, what? And they're like,
I
yeah.
think that was Italy.
I think it was Italy, yeah, and it was funny.
It was
Deserved.
hilarious.
Yep, yeah, I saw you lurking earlier. Hope you had fun. Yeah, we're just chilling, talking gaming and politics and gaming politics.
Yeah, we did have a couple. We did have another game going, but
Yep.
that finished off.
That finished 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
And I'm also just doing MMO stuff.
Which was also the start of the politics talk, because it is a very politics-heavy game.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, King of the Castle is definitely a politics game. Arguably Lord of the Rings is too. The current questline I have is, should the town of Dale accept refugees from the Easterland now that the war is over, or do we kick them out because we hate them? And the new 14-year-old king is like, I understand that they've went through a lot and they're not all evil. And his brother's like, no, I want to kick them out because they make me angry. And the mom's like, good God, my son is such a piece of shit. I wish my husband wasn't dead. He could have dealt with this. But the thing is, canonically, her husband dies in the book, so they had to kill him. And then the developers did the math and realized, oh shoot, the new king is 14. Okay. What happened in Middle Ages? Queen Regent, let's go. How was Metaphor, by the way? We were also discussing really long RPGs, and Metaphor is absolutely a really long RPG.
We have talked about it a lot.
Yes, we have. We were currently discussing
And,
the merger between Square and Enix forming
We
Square
have been
Enix.
yapping about anything and everything to the point where if we were to make a podcast, it would be
Completely random and
untagged
off topic.
what genre it would be.
Yep.
Well, we would have to splice a lot of things together because
Or you just
ADHD brain.
Or you just stream it and say it's the podcast about who knows random shit. You could absolutely do that and you might get 3 people watching, but
You might get people.
that's always my biggest problem with the idea of I'd want to start a podcast, but like what I talk about, because honestly it's everything. I don't know enough about any one topic to be an expert other than business, and a lot of what I know I'm not allowed to talk about because of contracts.
on tracks.
Yeah, because NDA.
And a lot of what you know about business you can't talk about because business.
Because there's certain things where if I discuss them, I could end up going to prison for it, so I'm just not. If I go to prison, I don't want it to be for breaking an NDA. I want it to be for, like, I don't know, punching Ted Cruz in the face. That's a good reason to go to prison.
Yeah, if you're gonna go to prison for a good reason.
For punching a Nazi, exactly.
If I ever have children, that's exactly what I'm going to tell them. It's like, don't go to prison, but if you do go to prison, at least go to prison for a good reason.
Mm-hmm. Because that was the whole thing. I make a reference to that because that's the one time I got a 1-week suspension on Twitter, was because Ted Cruz said something really stupid, and I said, wow, Ted Cruz sure has a punchable face. And Twitter did not like that. Even though it was in response to what he was saying was so much worse. It was one of his usual, like, racist tirades.
Ugh.
And I'm just like, yeah, you sound like you have a punchable face, and Twitter...
There was one of those crimes worth going to prison to,
Remember when the
kidnapping Ari?
Remember when the Twitter files leaked and we discovered that the actual censorship was that they had to put "do not auto mod" messages on most Republican candidates' posts because a lot of them should have been banned from the platform for the shit they're saying.
That makes sense.
And yeah, that was what a lot of the... And also we discovered that the people who were requesting the Twitter takedown documentation was the White House, which at the time was Trump. It wasn't Biden. The Hunter laptop story was requested by the Trump White House. That's who requested to take that one down. Because they were worried it would disproportionately affect stories. And was legally revenge porn.
I want Beam MP.
Mm-hmm.
Beam MP brings multiplayer to BeamNG Drive.
Oh no, are you starting your MMO?
This isn't iRacing, this is BeamNG, which is the soft body physics crash simulator game.
Yep, that's fair.
It's literally the closest thing to what was that game called?
No idea.
Wreckfest is similar, if that's what you're trying to find the words for.
No, it's trying to remember.
Beam MP, is it a bit like Truckers MP?
I'm trying to remember the PS2.
Oh, good. Time to head back to this place and kill more people.
BeamNG. Need to get my wheels for me.
I love when a quest is like kill 7 people and you walk in the door and you've already killed 7 people and you know you're gonna kill 50 more before you're done.
Sounds
like,
great,
okay,
right?
that's great. To be fair, the deed is to kill 300 for you to level up your skills, so I'll probably do that
Let's
as
see,
well.
one of them was Burnout.
One was what?
One of the PS2 games that's similar to BeamNG Drive and a little bit of how the physics works is Burnout.
The closest game I can describe
Flat Out. That's what I was thinking.
Flat Out, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Flat Out is basically a predecessor to Wreckfest. Wreckfest is the more actual game version of BeamNG. BeamNG has softer body physics, but it's less of a game than Wreckfest is. BeamNG is more of a sandbox as opposed to a game.
It's a sandbox simulator.
Yeah.
Oh,
I can watch cars do funny crashes instead of this is an actual game with like game progression and like stuff.
So anyway, I started playing Goat Simulator.
Yep. No, you want to play Placid Plastic Duck Simulator.
I have played that.
I'm not surprised you played that. That one went viral.
if I was to ever have that,
I
would
played it before it went viral.
If I was to ever play that, it would literally be something I would put on during like a sleep section or like a food break section of like a marathon stream.
I know there's also like some spin simulator game where it's just make this ugly toad monster spin, and then there's mountain simulator where it's just a mountain spinning in space in air. The
Rock simulator.
meme simulator genre on Steam is
A
something.
rock
At
simulator.
last, one who will listen.
We're gonna
Last
create
one
a
who will
beam.
listen.
Yeah, I have 10
BMP.
hours in plastic duck simulator, which at the time was enough to get almost all of it done.
New quest. Return to the area you already went to and beat up more people. Okay, sure. Oh god. Is that who I think it is? Yep, let's get out of here. I'm not dealing with that.
Yay, my username's available.
Random raid boss is moving towards me. None of that shit.
I know.
Could I warhorse him to death? I could possibly warhorse him to death.
Save my email.
Yeah, they came out with a lot of like new ducks and a few new levels for
No, I
plastic
cannot warhorse.
duck
I cannot
simulators they
warhorse him
played.
to death. Okay.
I
That
played
was rude.
January of last.
Oh, I need to verify my account before I can use it. Of course. Because they gotta
Are you
make sure
playing-
my email address is active before they sell it on to companies.
Yep.
Is Ari playing Horse Simulator?
I am not playing Horse Simulator. Isn't that just Clot?
Depends on which part of the horse simulator you're looking for.
Bop is specifically the legs.
Mm-hmm. No, I was thinking it was more in reference to clopping, which I believe. has
Oh
to do
no,
with-
there is a old Flash game called Clot where it would use the key bindings KLOP
You move the horse.
for the front left, front right, and rear left leg of the horse, and you got to try and make
Yeah, it was
run.
it was literally a play on Quap.
Oh yeah, it makes
yeah.
sense, and it helps those keys are all next to each other.
Yeah. And there was another one where it was just a human. You would only have 2 keys. I can't remember what it was called, but you got to try and make them run like 100 meters without falling over.
Yeah, that's Quap.
Ah, right.
Mm-hmm. Exciting news! I have to return here to kill the boss that I actually killed earlier by accident when I was here last time. And I gotta kill him again. Oh, MMOs.
Oh yeah, Ari, I beat Kingdom 80s already. And like I actually got almost all of the almost all of the achievements.
Nice.
There's an achievement on there for destroying a portal on Peaceful. And only 6.8% of people have it.
Why on yourself? I'll be done soon, maybe, possibly.
Ow! 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 Ow!
There's a distinct chance I might be done soon, Cat. Because I should probably go to bed relatively soon, so that I'm not making my situation even worse.
Race service.
There is a distinct possibility that Ayla will try to wake you up.
Oh, she does anyway. That's normal.
It's in the sleep routine at this point.
Oh yeah, she wakes me up 2-3 times a night at this point, begging for food and play. Just what she does.
She's like, why are you sleeping, big? I saw somewhere that cats just think that we're just weird, hairless cats.
Sometimes, yeah. And large. Don't forget large.
Yeah.
Speak for yourself. I'm tiny.
You're still taller than me.
You're still taller than a cat.
You don't know my
Dude.
height. You don't know my height.
Are
Are
you
you still taller
less
than me?
than 4 inches tall?
Yeah, I am actually.
So you are physically not capable of existing in a not human.
Hey, I walk and I squish her.
Yeah. I get carried
That's a
around
little
places like an actual cat.
Yeah.
She likes to crawl onto the shoes, take a nap.
Yeah. Oh, I hear an engine. Oh,
Oh, one of my skills attacks behind me. I like to just turn around when an enemy's almost dead and then just attack behind me as they're running away. Be like, I don't care about you anymore. You're dead to me.
Another game I gotta play on stream at some point is Coco Balloons. I gotta finish that.
Nah, I'm kind of surprised you never did. And I know you're a big fan of Twitch integration games.
I love it, but I was playing it like not long before I decided to switch over.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and that's a game you kind of want Twitch integrations for.
Yep.
oh, my game loud.
But also, it also has multiplayer.
Yes, now it does.
Audio down.
Yeah, I gotta talk at some point about playing one of our long list of games we want to play together.
Yeah. And most likely we'll just be playing Lord of the Rings Online more often than only half the time. This is basically my when I have free time game at this point again. Because I was playing other games and then I was done with them, or in the case of Valheim, it crashed on me for no good reason. Long story short, the game crashed in the middle of a save, and now I can't save world progress.
Yeah, sounds
It
about
resets
right.
at the beginning of every single day.
Oh, there was a bloody cannon. Of course there was.
And I kind of lost motivation to play the game after that because, like, well, it ain't gonna work no more. I kind of don't want to restart the world.
Get on the track.
Yeah, there was a list of games we wanted to play together, and I don't remember what all they were.
Oh no, there's more of, it's kind of more or less of a list, and more, we looked at the games we both owned and said, oh, that sounds good, but we never actually wrote a formal list down.
I think
Yeah.
we've done this similar, haven't we?
Basically, but you and I just don't have it. Like, Baron and I have quite a few games in common.
I've got more now because of I've got a shared library with someone.
Mm-hmm.
So I have more now, but yeah, there was a period of time where we just didn't share much in common.
And I know one of the games we talked about playing at some point, possibly, was Tooth and Tail, because I love that game.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, Tooth and Tail doesn't have a co-op campaign and only has a multiplayer campaign.
Yeah, it really sucks.
Or competitor multiplayer, I mean. Which is fine for what it is, but the story is so different gameplay-wise. Like, the story specifically puts you into missions that are designed around the groups of creatures you have, whereas the multiplayer scene is choose the 5 animals you prefer, which is usually whoever the top 5 animals are, and use those.
Yeah. And the game probably hasn't been updated in a long time.
Recently, there's balance patches not infrequently. Let's see.
And then we always have that. If we have a lot more people game.
Oh yeah.
We have a few.
Last update was.
How do I reset my car? I don't want to reset back to my respawn point. I just want to spawn here.
December of 21.
Yeah.
As
Oh,
I said,
so
it
yeah,
hasn't been
that's
up.
why I thought it was more recent, because that's when I was playing the game on stream.
Oh, I've been attacked.
And then we also got games on like Epic we want to play
Insert.
together.
Or at least that you said, oh, that might be interesting. Which in your definition is we want to play together.
Yeah,
People's
basically.
definition of want to play together is, oh, that sounds interesting, let's add it to the list.
Yeah.
And I will note that the multiplayer rhythm game, probably bad idea with our internet. Especially yours.
My internet is literally only bad because I have like 3 people in my house constantly streaming.
Yep.
At least 2 things almost every time.
Whereas I live by myself and have terabyte internet, so ha. I'm a pro gamer. Ow!
And
No!
I know since we played
Ow.
since we played Vampire Survivors, I know we downgraded internet,
Mm-hmm.
but it turned out we weren't getting the full use out of our internet anyway, because they didn't give us the box that goes with that internet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, one interesting thing we could do is look at what's on the Sega Mega Drive stuff. There's a lot of stuff on that we could do. Put Dick Barron through the terror that is Stellaris.
I've played Stellaris before, it's fine. I hate the cutscenes so much.
I could make Aragorn mad by playing Shogun 2 with someone else.
Mm-hmm. We never did finish the campaign he and I had going. He's a little too aggressive for my tastes.
Him and I never finish either.
The campaign wasn't going great. The AI attacked me in the first turn of the game, and in the middle of that war, 2 other AI attacked me, and I couldn't piece any of them out, and it was getting frustrating. And he wanted to attack 2 more people, and I'm like, no.
So, how Aragorn and I got is, we had the only viable solution I ever found to play with him on that is to be like right next to each other.
Yep.
And then every time we play, he's always saying that he is the one that has to take Kyoto. Always.
Yeah, always.
Him.
He insists
Nobody
upon
else.
taking Kyoto.
Only him.
Yep.
And he has to take it before anything else happens.
Yep.
This is fun if I didn't have random people just spawning in cannons in front of me every 5 seconds.
Yeah, that sounds right. The war's over, guys. Go home. I killed your boss. Just go home.
Oh, this is my home. You can't make me go back.
Yes, I can. I stabbed 250 of them. That should be enough for them to go home. Oh wait, why am I walking back? Fast travel is all the way there.
Baron and I could have a competition on Kerbal Space Program.
I've never played it
Kerbal
before.
Space Program. Now that's a game. It's good.
The last time I played Kerbal Space Program was 2014.
Sounds right.
I was about to say, prepare to lose like all of your free time, but Kerbal Space Program's good.
Yep, that's the problem is I don't really have time for more games that take all my free time. I've got 1/2 MMOs, depending on your opinion, and then I have Raft with Nikki eventually, and then I just have... I own 1,100 games.
I say this as more of you won't be able to stop playing it as
Oh, I know.
opposed to it needs constant attention.
That's what I mean, yeah. I don't need more
Yeah.
of those. Games where you just run around randomly with no sense of progression, I'm good with.
That was about
most of what I
it's
play
more
these
just-
days is like narrative-focused games.
I think
Or a puzzle.
autism takes over
Mm,
with Kerbal is the big danger.
yeah.
I,
Oh my god,
you know,
go-kart.
where's our autism
What do you
simulator?
know of Oxshire?
I want to take a go-kart around the Nordschleife.
I mean,
You
we
are
have
home to
trading
the
cards.
junk of our plans.
The TCG card shop
Ruin
simulator.
keeps mainly to himself.
Am I not in gear? Oh, it's one gear. Okay, I see. Where do I need to go to get on track? It's that way.
I don't know why I see people play Supermarket Simulator, and I'm just like, I do that for a living. I don't need to do that in the game too.
Yeah. Whereas the people I know who play it don't do retail supermarket stuff. But also it's the fantasy of a supermarket that always turns a profit and will always eventually get better than it currently is. It's weird how many of the cozy game simulator genre these days are just, what if capitalism actually worked the way it promised it did?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, me over here wanting to get Dwarf Fortress.
Ugh, I tried. I'm debating going back into the adventure mode. I don't know if I have the mental capacity to keep up with the main game mode.
I mean, it's out now.
Oh, I know. I own it. I put it on stream a few times. And I tried to learn everything, and I learned, oh, there's a lot more to learn. Maybe someday. But the biggest problem is I couldn't figure out how to get more people, and I needed more people to do things. And also, they were always unhappy.
Yeah, I just don't have the money for anything.
Yeah. Things are expensive.
Yep, rent's expensive, expenses are expensive.
Yep.
Having
Green,
friends
Prince
is
of Dale,
expensive.
has fled into the wilds, his mind troubled by the turbulent worlds, and his own.
Wait, you mean you guys
constant
don't have to rent out
What
your
do
friend?
You want?
No.
Friends? What are those?
Wait, you mean you don't have to have a cowgirl as your girlfriend?
Meow. Oh,
Though I do think I know a game that you would love to play it, Baron, just because of how chaotic it is.
Which
You
one?
would both love and hate it.
Mhm.
Called Cube Chaos.
Ah.
It's literally just chaos. The
Mhm.
beginning of the game is good, and then the late game is chaos. And it is literally a roguelike with a lot of meta progression. And no two runs are the same. But you know what? I cast Fireball. Didn't ask how many people were on the town square. I said, I cast Fireball.
Oh, good. It's fratricide time.
Maybe at some point I'll play rap with you guys again.
I love a bad guy who's like, I knew your every move. You did exactly what I said you were gonna do. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. I'm gonna beat you up too. But
Yeah, whatever. I guess fireball.
in this game, because I play a champion whose entire thing is I hit it with a metal stick.
Who was
I just
that?
roleplay my character as Goku. All I care, like, I read the story myself, I care, but all he cares about is where's the next person I can murder. Yeah, because I do a lot of the kill lots of people deeds, I felt it only made sense. Because who in the world kills over 2,000 orcs and 5,000 humans and doesn't become a genocidal psychopath?
Yeah.
MMO logic makes no fucking sense.
It's someone who has a skill called gluttony, and they have to keep themselves stable, otherwise they kill all their friends and consume their souls too.
Though I can barely face my family right now, I know that we should return.
I can see Baron and I trying to start a podcast, and Baron's just like, I don't know anime. Explain.
I know anime. I know what an anime is, and I've watched some of them. I just don't watch as many, because I don't care.
I need to watch more anime.
I literally watched anime start to finish today.
I've done that before, but it was Death Note. And it took a week. No, I'm currently watching Demon Slayer with my girlfriend, and then also Spy Family, also with my girlfriend.
I'm currently watching Dungeon Meshi.
And I want to watch Yu Yu Hakusho, but keep not finding time.
Delicious and Dungeon.
Yeah, that's a time sink and a half. If you really want time sink, try watching Naruto.
Anime just takes so long to get into.
Or if you
I am glad
Or if you
to
want
hear
a,
that I was no longer in
wanted to
danger.
devote your life
It
to
is hard
something,
believe
watch
my
One
brother
Piece.
has forgiven me.
I don't want to watch One
While
Piece.
I am no expert in dragons,
I prefer
I
Two
know
Piece.
some who are.
Yay, it's finally time to go to the Hall Under the Mountain where I've been aiming for the last who knows how long. And all of my quests are.
Why these servers like? Oh yeah, there's like loads of servers with people online, and then I look at the player count. It's like one person, one person, one
Yeah, pretty
person,
much.
one person.
Sounds about right. It sounds like a lot of server-based browsing games back like a few years ago.
Yeah.
Before most of them were taken offline.
I just want to play a
Yeah, like
craft
America's
simulator
Army was taken
with
offline.
people.
Mm-hmm.
Is that so hard to ask? And I
The
don't
funny
want
thing
to
is,
join
though,
the official servers 'cause
America's Army
it's
actually
building
had
cannon.
a player base. It
Mm-hmm.
was just very dwindling.
Mm-hmm. Who doesn't want to play the official military shooter sponsored by the American Army? Oh wait, that's COD. America's Army was just also. But you know that COD has way too much military shit for the U.S. Army not to force them to act the way that they approve of.
Yeah.
I actually kind of like AA Battlegrounds, but at the same time, the only time I'd ever really play it was with Aragorn.
I believe it.
The Cold Drake, Faithful Wintermine, slayed
I
both
just
King
want to do
Daenerys
Yeah, there's a lot of games I don't really play like with.
Their great kingdom was lost, and we fled again, tears in our eyes.
Like Among Us.
to return north.
I would love to play more Among Us with certain people, but it's been a while.
In a time of quiet,
I
when the new king,
lost
Daemon
interest
the
in Among
First,
Us
thought all
years
safe,
ago.
when the men of the Aeltheon were off at war, then the dragons struck.
There's a new Among Us style game where you work
Yeah,
in an
Lockdown
office.
Protocol.
No, where you work in an
the
office.
Dale and yeah.
Yeah, apparently that looks like good fun. I would love to try that one day.
At last you arrive. I have been waiting for some time.
Yeah, another one thing. A lot of people don't realize Among Us isn't the first of its kind. It's just the most popular.
Yeah.
Because really, the first was something like town of
Like all
Salem.
of Dwarfkind's greatest
Technically,
desires,
or
Dragons was
Project
brought on
Winter.
by ourselves.
Town of Salem was before Project Winter.
Oh, okay, I couldn't remember.
Where dwarves
Town of
toil
Salem came out.
tirelessly,
I
there
was
is
still in it.
what dwarves have mined and wrought.
It started off as a
is
flash game.
Yep.
what dwarves barter and bestow.
And now it's
with
become a
dragons.
freemium game.
Truly, they are our natural.
And now they have a Town of Salem 2.
That's what I mean by freemium game.
We are
Yeah.
dwarves and the folk of Dur.
The first one, they literally had to make it so people had to pay money because too many people were going in and just trolling.
Yep.
The good thing was if you already had an account, you didn't need to make a new one.
To Erebor from Mirkwood we came, armed, righteous, bent on reclaiming what was ours. I do not like to think what might have happened if true enemies had not appeared.
You also didn't need to buy the game.
Mm-hmm.
But then when Town
Over
of
that
Salem
cursed
2
necklace,
came out like
blood
a
was
year
nearly
later,
shed that day.
oh look, it's
Truly, if
free
we had
on
come to
Epic
blood
as soon as
thereafter,
it releases.
had not the dragon come and scattered
Yeah, that's
the
how I got a
dwarves
lot of the
far
stuff that
from
I have. But I've only played Town of Salem 2 once, and I'm like, eh.
I've never played Town of Salem 2. I lost interest a few years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to say more than a few.
Speaking of losing interest, I'm getting tired. Because it's that time of night where it's midnight.
Greetings, friend.
Midnight 20, actually.
It's 120.
Yep, 12:20.
It's 120. You all got on the right times now.
Mhm.
You know, I'd be down with saying get rid of time zones and just make everything the same time. Everybody's just getting up and down at different times.
Yeah, good luck with that.
It would never work. It would have worked before we had time zones.
Not
concept.
really. The big reason we even have time zones is because a lot of people just like time was already independent concept before time zones. It's just that it was not uniform across places, and
Yeah.
time zones were existed to set a standard for what previously was just sporadic and irregular.
Yeah, and almost only for trains. It was made mostly for trains.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, trains were one of the big modifiers that actually.
And you know what they say. I like trains.
Yep. I've named multiple streams that whenever I play Train Simulator. Alright. I'm gonna go BRB, end the streamy thing, and then go head to bed and all that shit. Yep. It's been fun. I like it a game. But it's a time for me to go to bed. Yeah, there'll be a black screen for a while, it's fine. Yep. It's just sleep time. Thanks everybody for joining. Schedule for the week. Next week the plan is board games on Wednesday. Thursday, Earthbound, and Saturday, we'll see. Same as today, where it depends on how I'm feeling. Oh, hey, that's perfect. I'm gonna go raid Banana. He's playing Persona 3 Reload again. Where did he go in my list? Yeah. He's only been live for, 4 minutes or 4 hours? I don't know. Hopefully he's not going to bed soon. That's happened occasionally. It's fine. Thank you, everybody, for joining. It's always a pleasure. And I'll see you next time. Later.